mild-mannered, soft-spoken economist who was a choice.
I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India.
While it did cause much heartburn in the Congress, Sonia Gandhi was convinced that Dr. Singh was the right man for the job. Dr. Manmohan Singh had been the governor of the RBI, deputy chairman of the Planning Commission, secretary in the Finance Ministry. While his resume was impressive, many in the Congress felt he was not equipped to head a coalition government. Sonia Gandhi was aware of this, which is why she staunchly backed Dr. Singh during his tenure, even reprimanding her party colleagues when they contradicted him publicly. She did not even spare her own son, Rahul Gandhi, who embarrassed Dr. Singh in 2013 by tearing up an ordinance which would protect convicted lawmakers. Dr. Manmohan Singh was away in the United States at that time. After Rahul's stunt, the then opposition BJP called for Dr. Singh's resignation. Sonia instructed Rahul to meet the Prime Minister and apologize. The fact that Sonia Gandhi had chosen a politically naive person as Prime Minister made Dr. Singh vulnerable to the attacks of being a weak and rubber-stamped Prime Minister. There were reports of him being snubbed by seniors like Pranab Mukherjee at cabinet meetings. Indo-US nuclear deal turned out to be a watershed moment. Dr. Singh was convinced that it was a good deal and would fulfill India's energy needs. The left threatened to withdraw support and urged Dr. Singh and Sonia Gandhi to defer the deal. But he dug his heels in. Dr. Singh not only dared the left to walk out, he also said he would resign if asked to take back the deal.
I'm very proud to say that our Prime Minister, Shri Manmohan Singh ji, has recognized both the problem and a potential solution. The magic of what Shri Manmohan Singh ji is doing is that within the problem, he has identified an opportunity that is significantly larger than the problem itself. I would like to support our Prime Minister and like to say that he has shown tremendous courage and confidence in the Indian people.
Sonia Gandhi was convinced. She asked the party to get on board. Mulayam Singh, Ajit Singh also backed the deal and it went through. The left did withdraw the support, but the UPA was steady. Singh emerged as king, and this was reinforced when he came back to power with a thumping majority in 2009, riding high on farm loan waivers.
हमारे यूपीए सरकार ने जो किसानों के लिए किया है, जो कर्ज की माफ़ी कर रहे हैं, तो वो एक क्रांतिकारी कदम है, एक ऐतिहासिक कदम है.
But soon after victory, things started to unravel in UPA too. Dr. Singh objected to the inclusion of A. Raja and T.R. Balu as ministers, but the DMK threatened to withdraw support. He had to succumb to pressure and things were never the same again. Corruption allegations propped up. The coal scam hit Dr. Singh and he was summoned for questioning by the parliamentary committee. He was also accused of going soft on the 2G scam.
15वीं लोकसभा की सरकार आजादी के बाद इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट सरकार है. 2G में 1,76,000 करोड़ का घाटा और कोयला आवंटन में 1,86,000 करोड़ की लूट. इसके बाद ये सरकार एक मिनट भी अपने पद पर बचने का अधिकार नहीं रखती है.
UPA ministers rushed to defend him, but the damage was already done.
मैं आज इनसे आग्रह करूंगा कि संसद में आके डिबेट करें. अगर हम गलत हैं तो हमें कटघरे में खड़ा करें. इश्यू इसके इसमें कोई धांधलेबाजी नहीं है. ये कहने का मतलब है कोल कहीं बिका नहीं है. दिस होल क्लेम इज फॉल्स एंड इट इज मैलिफाइड.
The dismantling of the UPA too coincided with the rise of Narendra Modi, who projected himself as a clean alternative to the corruption-ridden UPA.
दिल्ली की सल्तनत ने भारत के संघीय ढांचे को पिछले 50 साल में जो नुकसान न हुआ हो उससे ज्यादा नुकसान ये यूपीए 2 ने किया है।
Dr. Singh was visibly shaken. His own party had begun to speak out against him. Many felt that he should have been replaced.
I would be very happy to work for the Congress party under the leadership of Mr. Rahul Gandhi.
Sources say close to the 2014 Lok Sabha elections, Dr. Manmohan Singh was hurt and felt let down by his own party. In his last press conference as the Prime Minister, this is what he said.
History will be kinder to me than the contemporary media or or for that matter the opposition parties in parliament.
Over time, Modi had an amicable relationship with Dr. Singh. While he reserved his attacks for the Gandhis, he understood that Dr. Singh enjoyed global support. Case in point is former US President Barack Obama's tribute to Dr. Singh in his memoir, calling him wise, thoughtful and honest. It's been a long journey for Dr. Singh. The man who many dismissed as a political novice went on to bring the UPA to power for 2 terms and emerged out of the shadows of Sonia Gandhi. Today, he leaves behind a legacy of grace.
Let's go back to our colleague Pallavi to understand more. Pallavi, we're given to understand that some relatives of Manmohan Singh are abroad. Will that affect the schedule of events through the rest of the day and tomorrow? Do we have any clarity there?
Has yet to be chalked out about when the funeral is going to be taking place. I think we'll get some more clarity after the cabinet meeting is over, because it's a state honor funeral, so that's where the government will also come in. But yes, we are told that he has 3 daughters, 1 daughter is in America, so the family is also going to wait for her to come back, and that's when the final call will be taken.
Pallavi, thank you. Pallavi Ghosh will continue to bring us details on this story through the day today. We'll have her join us to shed light not just on Manmohan Singh's legacy, but also how the country is going to be honouring him over the next few hours and days. With that, we are going to be drawing the show to a close. This is going to remain our top story through the day today, how we honour a Prime Minister who changed the course of the country's history, the economic history first, and then in many, many other ways, someone who was known as one of the country's most educated, gentle and kind leaders. We're going to see you in just a few minutes. The stories and the news continue right here on CNN News 18.
And tragic news coming in. What we are learning from top Congress leaders, including Robert Vadra as well as Salman Khurshid, is that former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh is no more. He passed away at the age of 92. He breathed his last at AIIMS in the national capital. Now what we are learning is that senior Congress leaders are rushing back to the national capital. Remember, they had their centenary celebrations in Belgavi, and top Congress leaders are rushing back to the national capitals. As per Salman Khurshid as well as Robert Vadra, former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, the man who helmed the 2 UPA regimes, is no more. He was admitted in the ICU in AIIMS after complaining of breathlessness. And now, as per Salman Khurshid as well as Robert Vadra, he has breathed his last and is no more at the age of 92. What we are also learning is that Union Health Minister JP Nadda is currently at AIIMS. Also, Wayanad MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is also at AIIMS. And also what we are learning is that Sonia Gandhi as well as Rahul Gandhi are rushing to AIIMS in the wake of this tragic news that's coming in from the national capital, where former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh is no more. I'm joined by my colleague Pallavi Ghosh on the broadcast. So Pallavi, sad news coming in. Salman Khurshid and Robert Vadra both have put out the information that Manmohan Singh has breathed his last at AIIMS in the national capital, and a tall figure of the UPA era of Indian politics now no more.
And the writer over here is that we are still waiting for the official word to come in, both from the party as well as from AIIMS. What we are being told is AIIMS is likely to issue a medical bulletin anytime now. We'll have to wait to see what are the developments in that. But yes, Certainly the indications don't sound very good. The Congress has almost cancelled the rally which was to be held in Belgavi tomorrow as a part of the CWC meeting. Rahul Gandhi, who was very much there, is also rushing back. That has been confirmed by his office. But apart from that, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Robert Vadra, all the Delhi Congress leaders who are here are all rushing to AIIMS. The family is also, of course, there. He was admitted earlier today. What we were told by his office was acute breathlessness in a very serious condition. All doctors looking upon him, and he was admitted to ICU. At 92, he has been very frail. He has not been keeping very good health. He had actually stepped away from public political life in 2024 when his term had ended in Rajya Sabha. He walked away into sunset. I remember the last pictures we saw of him was in 2022 inside Rajya Sabha itself when he had come to cast his vote for a presidential elections. You're absolutely right. While we await that official word to come in, it's been a long legacy that he has left behind. And if I can use the words which he said to us once.
Hello, you're watching the morning news with me, Toya Singh. We're starting the day by focusing on a story that broke our hearts yesterday evening. Former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh has passed away. Remember, he led the country for 2 successful terms. Not only that, he's someone who's remembered for the economic reforms that he brought across the entire country in the 1990s. That's one of only multiple achievements that the Prime Minister had. Yesterday, tributes poured in, and today that is very much expected to continue through the day. We'll just walk you through the multiple ceremonies that are expected to take place through the day right here on the channel. We're also going to walk you through different tributes. Manmohan Singh, remember, served as India's Prime Minister from 2004 to 2014. He'd been undergoing treatment for age-related medical conditions and he passed away at the age of 92. Essentially what had taken place is that he'd lost consciousness suddenly at his home. Then he was taken to AIIMS. His mortal remains have been taken to his official residence as we speak. Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, other key Congress leaders visited Manmohan Singh's house late last night. In a message, the sitting Prime Minister Narendra Modi mourned the loss of one of India's most distinguished leaders. He praised Singh for his tireless efforts to improve people's lives and his significant contributions, as we told you a little earlier, when he was the finance minister back in the 90s. Remember, he'll be remembered as a gentleman politician known for his decency and courtesy, as the father of economic reforms in India, and the first and only Prime Minister belonging to the minority Sikh community that the country has seen. We'll just walk you through different tributes that continue to come in. Take a look.
Mr. Tharu, you worked as a part of his cabinet. And I remember many would call him, his critics certainly called him, a very weak Prime Minister. But during the cabinet meetings, what was the glimpse you got of him and your first response to this tragic story news coming in?
First of all, I owe a great deal to Dr. Manmohan Singh. He had a very major role in bringing me to politics along with Sonia Gandhi ji. And I have to say that he was always, to me, a visionary statesman, somebody with an extraordinary mind who saw far, saw with great urgent concern about the problems of India, of young people. He was somebody who really wanted to build an India that would outlast him and that would be so much better than what he had taken over. His humanity, his compassion, his wisdom, all of these were the qualities that I remember the most. Yes, he was a fine economist. Yes, he was an experienced bureaucrat, all of those things, but those are not the things that I remember. I think of him principally in terms of his humanity. A very, very good human being is gone, and it's a great loss for all of us.
You were very much a part of his cabinet, I remember. Your memories of Dr. Manmohan Singh, how big a loss is it, not just to the party, but to the country?
I think Manmohan Singh was a man who, really did more for his country than anyone that I know of because of his contributions to our economy, our growth, and the fact that he was Prime Minister for 10 years. And yet a man who was so humble, kind, benevolent, and a true joy to work with. So my condolences at his passing, but I think he's left a mark. And I remember he said once he had demoted office that a lot of allegations were put on his tenure, and he said that history will judge him more kindly than the present. And we see it already, the overpouring of emotions from people across the world. So Dr. Manmohan Singh was a man who really, I think, ushered the new India that we see today. It was all the fruit of his risk-taking appetite in 1991 when Narasimha was Prime Minister. So he's someone who I thoroughly enjoyed working, not just as Prime Minister, but as a man who was wise, who was open to discussions and debates, and he really gave a lot of space to some of us who are his much younger colleagues.
Huge loss to the nation. Dr. Manmohan Singh, the towering figure of India's liberalization drive, and also a man who helmed India's growth story in the first UPA regime, a two-time Prime Minister, no more, but his legacy everlasting.
Yes, it's a very sad day for India, and it's a very sad day for all the people who love the idea of India. And with my connection with him for over 2.5 years, I've had the honor and privilege to work with a man who could change the course or the way for our country, not even in terms of its economy, but the way a country should be run in inclusiveness, with respect to all the people who live in this country. It's a very sad day today, and it's very difficult to express my any opinion about him. He was a towering figure. I still remember working with him, and the world leaders who used to call him for advice, which is not in public domain, but on many issues, people like Barack Obama, Angela Merkel, and other leaders used to call him for advice, and he was one of the figures who used to tell them how to go about the works which change courses of the nation. I still remember, about when European Union had problems. Ms. Merkel will call him regularly for his counsel. And as far as our country is concerned, I think he conducted himself with utmost decency and understatement. And he always said that I'm a small man who is sitting in a big chair. But some chairs, they become big when a small man sits in them. And some men who are small, they can't fill that chair. He leaves a legacy to our country, which we should cherish and we should nurture, and we should continue that legacy in a country where we have had a free market and a free thought process. He was a reformer when it came to our economy, and he was also a nurturer when it came to our society.
Okay, let's go over first to our colleague Pallavi Ghosh to understand a little bit more in this story. Pallavi, before we come to you to understand a little bit more about Manmohan Singh's huge impact on the country, the legacy he's leaving, if we could ask you first simply about anything that might be planned through the day today. Could you just first shed light on that?
See, it was a late night development, and we know that Rahul Gandhi and the Congress president rushed back, and they in fact went to the residence of the former Prime Minister around 2:15 a.m. The party, the family first, and of course the government, because it's going to be a state honor, will actually chalk out the program. As of now, officially, we haven't been told anything by the Congress about what really is the plan. All the leaders are rushing in over here. But very briefly, his mortal remains will be at his residence for some time. We are told that everyone is going to come and give to him, of course, not just party, but cutting across party lines. Possibility of the Prime Minister also going to Dr. Manmohan Singh's residence at Motilal Nehru Road. And then the final journey begins. The Congress, of course, is keen that, his mortal remains are also at the AICC headquarters so that the party workers can also pay their tribute to him. But, he's a former Prime Minister, so that protocol also swings into action. It's a 7-day mourning, which has been announced by the government. No public functions, no official functions are going to take place. And as we informed you, at 11 a.m. is the cabinet meeting, which is going to be brief, which is going to pay its tributes to him. And after that, I think we'll get some more clarity. And of course, finally, is that he is going to be given a state honor as far as his funeral is concerned.
Okay, Pallavi, if we can now talk a little bit about the immense impact that the Prime Minister, rather the former Prime Minister, left when he was the Prime Minister and at the helm. Right now, we've just seen S. Jaishankar's tribute pour in. And one of the points that he's made is it's not just Manmohan Singh's economic contributions, but also something we talk a little rarely about, his foreign policy contributions. Can we just touch on that for a second, Pallavi? Can you shed light on the Indo-US nuclear deal? It was seen as a huge strategic movement for the Prime Minister.
Yes. The fact is that because he's a former bureaucrat and he was also the RBI governor, finance minister from 91 to 96, and he played a very key role as far as the World Bank and the WTO negotiations for India is concerned, he had that connect with those foreign dignitaries very naturally. So he was not a stranger to the world leaders. I mean, we are all aware remember he limited office in 2014 post the loss of the UPA2. One of the most emotional messages, and it's considered to be very rare in diplomacy, where the then President Barack Obama had written a letter to him. It was very emotional. It talked about the kind of man that Dr. Manmohan Singh was. So as I said, he was no stranger. It was not easy times. He also took charge at a time when the economy was not really on a great track. I mean, 91 to 96 was the biggest challenge for him. India's foreign exchange reserves were at its low. Our fiscal deficit was very high. We had to sell off our gold reserves. He tried to get it back on track. But that is also when he opened up India to the world and the liberalization. That is not possible if we had not reached out to the foreign countries as well. So, that is where the diplomacy comes in. Everyone looked upon India as just a third world country. It was left to Dr. Manmohan Singh, where he would extensively travel, whether to America or to European countries, with that message that I am an economist, I understand the need for the economy, and I also understand that India can no longer be called a third world economy. That was the kind of mettle he earned. I remember one such summit we went to was the BRICS summit in Brazil when, Barack Obama had walked away, then he came back specially to meet Dr. Manmohan Singh. So this was a kind of connect he had as far as the foreign policy is concerned. Relationships with Pakistan were again at a dip. There was a lot of criticism and concern raised over how India would deal with Pakistan. He himself was born in Punjab, which was that point of time a part of Pakistan. And he had on a public occasion reached out to the Pakistani, say that I come from undivided Pakistan. Decided India actually, and I understand that people don't want that acrimony on the ground, but at the same time India has a zero tolerance policy as far as the acts of terror are concerned. He was also the Prime Minister, if you remember, when the Mumbai blast took place. So how to prevail upon Pakistan to admit the guilt was also one of his negotiating or diplomatic skills that he had to exercise.
Pallavi, thank you. Pallavi Ghosh bringing us coverage. She joined us last night to Broke the News, shared all of the details with us. We're going to have her joining us again and again through the day today to tell us more about how the Congress is marking today, how the nation is marking, remembering this fine Prime Minister. Okay, we're just going to take you from this to more reactions that continue to come in. Next, our colleague Siddhant actually spoke with the former Foreign Minister of Maldives, Abdullah Shahid, who expressed condolences to Dr. Singh's family and credited Dr. Singh for facilitating the first democratically elected government in the Maldives. Take a look.
We remember that Prime Minister Manmohan Singh visited Maldives, and perhaps he was invited by you to address the Parliament Majlis of Maldives. Talk to us a little bit about that visit of former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, and if you could share some more memories, the time you had spent with him during that visit.
Well, I very fondly recall the Prime Minister's visit to the Maldives to attend the SAARC summit held in Addu city. From Addu city, he arrived in Male for the state visit, and during that visit, the Parliament invited Prime Minister Manmohan Singh to address the Parliament. In fact, he made history because Prime Minister Manmohan Singh was the first head of state or head of government to address a Maldivian Parliament.
Okay.
Proper sitting. During the visit to the Parliament, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh took time to individually greet all the members.
Okay.
And the members were deeply humbled by his graciousness.
Okay. If you could please talk to us about the interaction that you had with him at that point in time. And this also goes to his credit that during his tenure in Nepal, Bhutan and Maldives, the democracy returned, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, we were privileged to host the Prime Minister, as it was the first democratically elected parliament of the Maldives.
Okay.
And to have the Prime Minister of the largest democracy in the world present at the parliament was the high point for us. As I said, the Prime Minister's address was historic. At the same time, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh demonstrated that, as always, India remains with Maldives, and the friendship between our two countries flourishes because of the excellent relationship between the people of the two countries.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shahid, for speaking to us. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
My deepest condolences once again to the Prime Minister's family, friends, and also to the government and the people of India.
That's one more tribute as the country continues to mourn the death of Dr. Manmohan Singh. We're going to meet you after a short break. On the other side, tributes continue.
And tragic news coming in. What we are learning from top Congress leaders, including Robert Vadra as well as Salman Khurshid, is that former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh is no more. He passed away at the age of 92. He breathed his last at AIIMS in the national capital. Now what we are learning is that senior Congress leaders are rushing back to the national capital. Remember, they had their centenary celebrations in Belgavi, and top Congress leaders are rushing back to the national capitals. As per Salman Khurshid as well as Robert Vadra, former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, the man who helmed the two UPA regimes, is no more. He was admitted in the ICU in AIIMS after complaining of breathlessness. And now, as per Salman Khurshid as well as Robert Vadra, he has breathed his last and is no more at the age of 92. What we are also learning is that Union Health Minister JP Nadda is currently at AIIMS. Also, Wayanad MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is also at AIIMS. And also what we are learning is that Sonia Gandhi as well as Rahul Gandhi are rushing to AIIMS in the wake of this tragic news that's coming in from the national capital, where former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh is no more. I'm joined by my colleague Pallavi Ghosh on the broadcast. So Pallavi, sad news coming in. Salman Khurshid and Robert Vadra both have put out the information that Manmohan Singh has breathed his last at AIIMS in the national capital, and a tall figure of the UPA era of Indian politics now no more.
And the writer over here is that we are still waiting for the official word to come in, both from the party as well as from AIIMS. What we are being told is AIIMS is likely to issue a medical bulletin anytime now. We'll have to wait to see what are the developments in that. But yes, certainly the indications don't sound very good. The Congress has almost cancelled the rally, which was to be held in Belgavi tomorrow as a part of the CWC meeting. Rahul Gandhi, who was very much there, is also rushing back. That has been confirmed by his office. But apart from that, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Robert Vadra, all the Delhi Congress leaders who are here are all rushing to AIIMS. The family is also, of course, there. He was admitted earlier today. What we were told by his office was acute breathlessness in a very serious condition. All doctors looking upon him, and he was admitted to ICU. At 92, he has been very frail. He has not been keeping very good health. He had actually stepped away from public political life in 2024 when his term had ended in Rajya Sabha. He walked away into sunset. I remember the last pictures we saw of him was in 2022.
Welcome back from the break. We're now taking you to a short coverage on the incident that took place yesterday evening. The architect of India's economic liberalization, someone who's led the country for 2 terms, Dr. Manmohan Singh, passing away and tributes continuing to pour in. We take you through the career of India's Prime Minister. Take a look.
Dr. Manmohan Singh was the most unlikely Prime Minister. He was more an accidental one. When Sonia Gandhi refused to take the job in 2004, it was the mild-mannered, soft-spoken economist who was a choice. While it did cause much heartburn in the Congress, Sonia Gandhi was convinced that Dr. Singh was the right man for the job. Dr. Manmohan Singh had been the governor of the RBI, deputy chairman of the Planning Commission, secretary in the Finance Ministry. While his resume was impressive, many in the Congress felt he was not equipped to head a coalition government. Sonia Gandhi was aware of this, which is why she staunchly backed Dr. Singh during his tenure, even reprimanding her party colleagues when they contradicted him publicly. She did not even spare her own son, Rahul Gandhi, who embarrassed Dr. Singh in 2013 by tearing up an ordinance which would protect convicted lawmakers. Dr. Manmohan Singh was away in the United States at that time. After Rahul's stunt, the then opposition BJP called for Dr. Singh's resignation. Sonia instructed Rahul to meet the Prime Minister and apologize. The fact that Sonia Gandhi had chosen a politically naive person as Prime Minister made Dr. Singh vulnerable to the attacks of being a weak and rubber-stamped Prime Minister. There were reports of him being snubbed by seniors like Pranab Mukherjee at cabinet meetings. Indo-US nuclear deal turned out to be a watershed moment. Dr. Singh was convinced that it was a good deal and would fulfill India's energy needs. The left threatened to withdraw support and urged Dr. Singh and Sonia Gandhi to defer the deal. But he dug his heels in. Dr. Singh not only dared the left to walk out, he also said he would resign if asked to take back the deal.
I'm very proud to say that our Prime Minister, Shri Manmohan Singh ji, has recognized both the problem and a potential solution. The magic of what Shri Manmohan Singh ji is doing is that within the problem, he has identified an opportunity that is significantly larger than the problem itself. I would like to support our Prime Minister and like to say that he has shown tremendous courage and confidence in the Indian people.
Sonia Gandhi was convinced. She asked the party to get on board. Solemn Singh, Ajit Singh also backed the deal and it went through. The left did withdraw the support, but the UPA was steady. Singh emerged as king, and this was reinforced when he came back to power with a thumping majority in 2009, riding high on farm loan waivers.
हमारे यूपीए सरकार ने जो किसानों के लिए किया है, जो कर्ज की माफ़ी कर रहे हैं, तो वो एक क्रांतिकारी कदम है, एक ऐतिहासिक कदम है.
But soon after victory, things started to unravel in UPA too. Dr. Singh objected to the inclusion of A. Raja and T.R. Balu as ministers, but the DMK threatened to withdraw support. He had to succumb to pressure and things were never the same again. Corruption allegations propped up. The coal scam hit Dr. Singh and he was summoned for questioning by the parliamentary committee. He was also accused of going soft on the 2G scam.
15वीं लोकसभा की सरकार आजादी के बाद इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट सरकार है. 2G में 1,76,000 करोड़ का घाटा और कोयला आवंटन में 1,86,000 करोड़ की लूट. इसके बाद ये सरकार एक मिनट भी अपने पद पर बचने का अधिकार नहीं रखती है.
UPA ministers rushed to defend him, but the damage was already done.
मैं आज इनसे आग्रह करूंगा कि संसद में आके डिबेट करें. अगर हम गलत हैं तो हमें कटघरे में खड़ा करें. इश्यू इसके इसमें कोई धांधलेबाजी नहीं है, ये कहने का मतलब है कोल कहीं बिका नहीं है. दिस होल क्लेम इज फॉल्स एंड इट इज मैलिफाइड.
The dismantling of the UPA too coincided with the rise of Narendra Modi, who projected himself as a clean alternative to the corruption-ridden UPA.
दिल्ली की सल्तनत ने भारत के संघीय ढांचे को पिछले 50 साल में जो नुकसान न हुआ हो, उससे ज्यादा नुकसान ये यूपीए 2 ने किया है.
Dr. Singh was visibly shaken. His own party had begun to speak out against him. Many felt that he should have been replaced.
I would be very happy to work for the Congress party under the leadership of Mr. Rahul Gandhi.
Sources say close to the 2014 Lok Sabha elections, Dr. Manmohan Singh was hurt and felt let down by his own party. In his last press conference as the Prime Minister, this is what he said.
History will be kinder to me than the contemporary media or for that matter the opposition parties in parliament.
Over time, Modi had an amicable relationship with Dr. Singh. While he reserved his attacks for the Gandhis, he understood that Dr. Singh enjoyed global support. Case in point is former US President Barack Obama's tribute to Dr. Singh in his memoir, calling him wise, thoughtful and honest. It's been a long journey for Dr. Singh. The man who many dismissed as a political novice went on to bring the UPA to power for 2 terms and emerged out of the shadows of Sonia Gandhi. Today, he leaves behind a legacy of grace.
Let's go back to our colleague Pallavi to understand more. Pallavi, we're given to understand that some relatives of Manmohan Singh are abroad. Will that affect the schedule of events through the rest of the day and tomorrow? Do we have any clarity there?
Has yet to be chalked out about when the funeral is going to be taking place. I think we'll get some more clarity after the cabinet meeting is over, because it's a state honor funeral, so that's where the government will also come in. But yes, we are told that he has 3 daughters. 1 daughter is in America, so the family is also going to wait for her to come back, and that's when the final call will be taken.
Pallavi, thank you. Pallavi Ghosh will continue to bring us details on this story through the day today. We'll have her join us to shed light not just on Manmohan Singh's legacy, but also how the country is going to be honouring him over the next few hours and days. With that, we are going to be drawing the show to a close. This is going to remain our top story through the day today, how we honour a Prime Minister who changed the course of the country's history, the economic history first, and then in many, many other ways. Someone who was known as one of the country's most educated, gentle and kind leaders. We're going to see you in just a few minutes. The stories and the news continue right here on CNN News 18.
And tragic news coming in. What we are learning from top Congress leaders, including Robert Vadra as well as Salman Khurshid, is that former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh is no more. He passed away at the age of 92. He breathed his last at AIIMS in the national capital. Now what we are learning is that senior Congress leaders are rushing back to the national capital. Remember, they had their centenary celebrations in Belgavi, and top Congress leaders are rushing back to the national capitals. As per Salman Khurshid as well as Robert Vadra, former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, the man who helmed the 2 UPA regimes, is no more. He was admitted in the ICU in AIIMS after complaining of breathlessness. And now, as per Salman Khurshid as well as Robert Vadra, he has breathed his last and is no more at the age of 92. What we are also learning is that Union Health Minister JP Nadda is currently at AIIMS. Also, Wayanad MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is also at AIIMS. And also what we are learning is that Sonia Gandhi as well as Rahul Gandhi are rushing to AIIMS in the wake of this tragic news that's coming in from the national capital. Well, former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh is no more. I'm joined by my colleague Pallavi Ghosh on the broadcast. So Pallavi, sad news coming in. Salman Khurshid and Robert Vadra both have put out the information that Manmohan Singh has breathed his last at AIIMS in the national capital, and a tall figure of the UPA era of Indian politics now no more.
And the writer over here is that we are still waiting for the official word to come in, both from the party as well as from AIIMS. What we are being told is AIIMS is likely to issue a medical bulletin anytime now. We'll have to wait to see what are the developments in that. But yes, certainly the indications don't sound very good. The Congress has almost cancelled the rally, which was to be held in Belgavi tomorrow as a part of the CWC meeting. Rahul Gandhi, who was very much there, is also rushing back. That has been confirmed by his office. But apart from that, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Robert Vadra, all the Delhi Congress leaders who are here are all rushing to AIIMS. The family is also, of course, there. He was admitted earlier today. What we were told by his office was acute breathlessness in a very serious condition. All doctors looking upon him, and he was admitted to ICU. At 92, he has been very...
Hi there, I'm Solemn Kapoor and you're watching The Breakfast Club. It's the last Friday of 2024, the Friday of 2024. We're very excited to bring this episode to you, in which we talk about habit formation, something we're all discussing these days, New Year resolution that we want to form, but how to actually keep it through, how to ensure that you stay on track.
We'll talk a little bit also about resolutions we've made, whether or not we've been successful in keeping them. Let's take a look very quickly though first at all of the headlines. Alright, first up, as we promised, New Year resolutions. Are they just dreams? How do you translate them into actual habits? We choose what the wrong things could be. We discuss that too, the wrong things that you could make as resolutions. We also talk a little bit more about how to make a change that lasts, how it needs to start with intention, why you're doing it, and that can actually be the most effective part. We discuss all of the secrets to making and keeping your resolutions through the rest of the year.
For our person of interest today, we chat up with Shefali Shah and try to understand what's the secret behind her unwavering confidence. How does she balance that great sense of strength and even softness in life and in her roles? Look out for that conversation.
And after that, we stay with Bollywood for a second. We tell you all about what 2024 stood for. It was a blockbuster year, of course, for Indian cinema. The biggest hits, what were they? Pushpa 2, Bhool Bhulaiya 3 and more, as Indian cinema across the country continues to shine.
And finally, the year is ending with another day of bad air. We are in the very poor category now. There is rain. We all saw it on our way to work this morning. But will it really bring respite? Not the indication so far.
All right, our first story today. For those of you that are particularly enthusiastic about setting goals or just someone who wants to make a resolution for the first time, this morning on The Breakfast Club, we're talking about New Year's resolutions. As we step into the fresh year, so many of us find ourselves making promises. The most common one is often just to be healthy, to hit the gym. Others say they want to save more money, finally start that book you've been talking about for all this time. But have you ever wondered where this tradition of making New Year's resolutions comes from? We thought today, as we discuss how to make a resolution, we should also tell you where it comes from. This practice is actually one that started 4,000 years ago with the Babylonians.
Now for them, the New Year wasn't just in January, remember, it was in mid-March, marking the start of the harvest season. Now during the 12-day festival called Akitu, they planted crops, they crowned kings and made promises to repay debts. Their belief was really to keep these promises, ensuring favors from gods in the year ahead. So it was sort of a resolution to themselves and also to the Almighty. Now, the Romans later adopted that idea, trying their New Year resolution pledges to the god Janus. Now, the deity with two faces, if you'll remember, symbolizing the transition from past to the future.
All right, so different cultures have come together to commemorate this day. January was named after Janus, and it became a time for reflection, sacrifices, and promises for a better year. Imagine spending an entire month doing that.
Yeah.
By 46 BC, Julius Caesar's Julian calendar cemented Jan 1st as the start of the year for parts of the world. And over time, that practice actually evolved. So by the Middle Ages, knights took New Year oaths to renew their vows of chivalry.
In modern times, however, resolutions are less about pleasing gods or rulers and more about personal betterment, right? We want to talk about health, about productivity, happiness, calmness as well. And now, here we are, approaching January 1st, 2025, very, very soon, with millions of people pledging to lose weight, or if you are really in sync with time, saying, let's stop doom scrolling in this year. But here's the catch really, most resolutions fall because they're either too big or too vague or just not what we truly care about. So let's talk about intention, habit hacks, and how to stop ghosting your goals by February.
Wow, I am so excited for this episode just to know what I can do to actually make those changes. Our guest today is Ashdin Doctor. He himself is known as the habit coach, and he actually hosts a podcast in which he breaks down the science of keeping habits together. It's had multiple episodes with different kinds of guests, experts, and all they do is break down the science of making a habit and keeping a habit. So Ashdin, thank you so much for joining us here on the show. We thought New Year's, perfect occasion to have you. So we're going to get into it with you. Just ask you everything there is to know about how to make a habit, how to keep a habit. So tell us first, Ashdin, most people, their resolution, and this is probably a lot of our viewers watching right now, their resolution is probably, I want to be healthier this year. Is that the wrong resolution? Is that not how you should even approach keeping resolutions and building habits? Should you be firmer in even in your mission statement?
I love it. I love the ghosting of your goals. That was the best, alliteration there. So the way that I would think about it is when you say, I want to be healthy, you're not creating a clear definition of what health means to you. So health means different things to all three of us. For somebody, health might just mean being able to climb upstairs. For others, it might be doing muscle ups and pull ups. So it's the definition of health is very important. So creating that clear definition is where we start off with. But the big problem is people have vague goals, just like what you said. Healthy is a vague goal. It doesn't mean anything unless you distill it down to the actual actions that you're going to be taking, which is where habits come in. So when I started the Habit Coach podcast 7-8 years ago, I started talking about resolutions, and I realized that people stopped resolutions within the first, I think it was 2 weeks of starting.
Yeah.
And they did exactly what you said. They would write down the resolutions and never look at them. They were ghosted. They had completely lost them. So instead what we did was we said, what are the little habits and what are the systems and processes you're going to put in place so that you can start making that change. It can be something as small as just replacing the sugar that is there next to your coffee machine with a bottle of stevia, for example. Just that little swap can also be a start to a resolution.
I see. So, Ashdin, lots of questions, but let me start by this. What are people doing wrong with setting out the right intention? I think intention is the first step, right? You have an intention, you translate that into a goal, then you sort of map out a game plan on how to achieve that goal. So, in that first step of having the right intention, what are we getting wrong?
The biggest thing that we make as a mistake is that we look at other people's goals and other people's progress, and then we want to upnow that. We want to take that on as our own goals.
Yeah.
So I remember a friend of mine coming to me and saying, Ashdin, I'm going to start running the marathon. It's January, everyone's going to start this whole marathon season, and it's going to begin. And they're like, I want to start running the marathon. I was like, fantastic. Why do you want to do it? Because my neighbor is doing it. I was like, okay, so we're going to run together. It's going to be fun. It's going to be cute in the morning. That's not a good way of starting a resolution, right? It is somebody else's goal that you've taken on, and guess what? She ran exactly twice with that friend and then it went kaput because her intention wasn't very clear. And the way that we get to a clear intention is by peeling away the layers at why we want to do something. So this is a very simple technique. It's called the 3 why technique. So we ask ourselves why 3 times. All right, so I've given you, for example, an intention that didn't work. Let me give you an intention that did work. It's an example from one of my books. A client of mine wanted to start yoga. So I was like, okay, fantastic. Why do you want to start yoga? So become more flexible. So now she's told me flexibility. So I said, all right, why do you want to become more flexible? I want to become more flexible so that I can sit on the floor. Fantastic. Why do you want to sit on the floor? So that I can play with my child. She just had a child and she was too unfit. Her knees were not able to make her sit on the floor. And she equated being a good mother with the yoga practice. And that was so powerful that obviously she maintained that practice when it started. So that is the way to start thinking about intention. What is that one particular thing that hits home that I can take forward?
That's so beautiful. Yeah. Ashton, can you just bring up now for us some of the science? I ask you that because every year it feels like there are different studies that are contradictory. One set of studies I know a few years ago said that it takes 30 days of doing something for it to become a habit. A different study said 60 days. I've seen another that said 120 days.
There's another one with 21 days.
Yeah, there we
the
go.
Smoking habit. Yeah.
So break down for us what the science is here and also tell us, do you just have to set one intention? Can you make 2 promises? Is that already breaking the science there? Tell us more.
I love it. So one intention per habit. So I don't think you should have more intentions per habit because one intention should be strong enough. If you don't have a strong enough intention, don't do that habit. Just let it go. There are enough other things to do that can occupy your time and help you evolve in life. With regards to the number of days that it takes, it's an absolute mess. Everyone talks about 21 days. 21 days started from a book called Psycho-Cybernetics, which spoke about not habit formation, but actually amputees and how long it takes for that arm to be, the ghost limb syndrome to go away. So it has nothing to do with habits. And that 21 days just sounds like such a good number that it caught on.
It's a sexy number,
right?
yeah.
It's a very cool number. It's also my birthday, so it's like very cool. The way that I tell clients and people that I speak to, don't be in a hurry to form a habit because you want a habit for the rest of your life. So why are you in such a hurry for saying that now this habit has formed? Instead, grow with your habit. So you mentioned reading as a habit. And people keep telling me, Ashton, why do you write so many books? Nobody reads anymore. So I'm on a mission to get people to read as well. And one of the things I've realized is that as soon as people say, now I've got the habit of reading, the next month onwards, the reading habit drops away. Because in their mind, the tick mark was just to reach that 30-day goal or that 35-day goal or that 60-day goal. But it wasn't to continue reading for the rest of their life. So what I tell people is instead of saying, this is my habit and this is where I will see as a cutoff point, grow with that habit. Allow yourself to evolve. You're reading 5 pages, now start reading 1 chapter. You're reading 1 chapter, read 2 chapters. As you evolve the habit, you are getting stronger and the habit is getting stronger. So think of a habit as for the rest of your life, not 21 days.
Yeah, and can I add an anecdote there? I think what helps with reading or particularly for the example is that even if you're not reading days, you don't feel like it, just keep the book open. Just let that be a ritual, just sit with it nonetheless. Same with meditation, how we spoke about the other day. If you're not feeling it, just still do it. Just get on the mat and still have your moment. Which brings me to Ashton, is this, so much talk about the starting of the new year being sort of a rejig of sorts, or sort of a time that you actually instill new habits. Is there a right time to do it, or do you say every day is a new day, every day is the right opportunity?
I think the 1st of Jan gives everyone an anchoring point. So, there's a community feeling, all gyms are full. The key aspect is that you also come out of a month of debauchery, right? You've been, you've let loose on everything.
Yeah.
You've let loose on work, you've let loose on your health, you've let loose on all your goals. And now you're like coming back with a vengeance. So what I tell people is instead of waiting for the 1st of Jan to come every year, think of either 2 other options. One is the 1st of every month can be a great way of setting an intention. So 1st of Jan, I might work on my finances. 1st of Feb, I might work on my health. 1st of March, I might work. So that's another way of thinking about starting habits and intentions. So instead of yearly resolutions, have monthly resolutions. If you're somebody who likes lunar cycles, a great way of doing this is using the new moon as a start of because you're 28 days, you have a great form of creating a goal and a habit and a clear intention. So as the moon grows, your habit grows, and as the moon wanes, you're setting that habit in stone. So I like to look at these kinds of anchor points to create these resolutions, because I think as human beings, we require those anchor points to say, today I begin, which is why all diets start on Monday, right?
But Ashton, can I ask you a sort of tricky counter question? The issue with having multiple starting points is also then that one fails, one then tells themselves, okay, I'll start next Monday. When you have a day where you've gone off, you tell yourself, theek hai, it's okay. Sometimes I do this thing where I look at the calendar, I go, okay, tomorrow's an even day. Sounds like a good day to start. So we have all sorts of silly ways, unfortunately, to make it okay to be gentle with ourselves. And that's what I wanted to ask you. A lot of this is about gentle versus harsh, discipline. A lot of people will say, make a disciplined regimental routine, describe the changes you need, and that's how you make it happen. But the reality of life is tricky, and often our goals get left on the wayside. So what's the mindset that needs to accompany this?
So this is why I created the 3 golden rules of habit change. May I take you through them?
Yes.
So the first golden rule is make it stupidly small. All right. What is this goal? The idea of the habit is, what is the action that you're going to take? Make it so small that you feel stupid not doing it. So for example, the yoga habit that we were speaking about earlier with the intention, the yoga habit is not doing a half an hour yoga session or a 1 hour yoga session. The stupidly small habit is just rolling your mat out and sitting on it. Because once you sit on it, you might do a few Surya Namaskars, you might do a little stretching, which would not have happened if you said, I don't have 1 hour today, I will do it tomorrow. So make it stupidly small, at least get the repetitions in. Like you were saying, get the repetitions in, do whatever the smallest action is possible. So that's the first golden rule of habit change. The second golden rule of habit change is make it extremely easy. This means you remove all friction. Anytime you have an excuse popping up, it means that there is friction. And we are all masters of excuses, right? Like I've had people not go out for a run because they didn't have matching socks. So, the socks didn't match my top, so I couldn't go for a run.
No, mine is a way of, staying in inertia.
We are excuse experts, right? So the whole thing is that how do we remove the excuses from our life? That is where extremely easy comes in. So imagine that yoga mat I had to keep in a cupboard rolled up. There's inertia to open it. But imagine if I just kept it right next to the place where I'm going to do my workout. I'm just going to open it up and I'm going to sit on it. So the inertia has been removed. So that is, make it extremely easy. And the third golden rule of habit change, which is what you were asking, is how do you stay consistent at something?
Yeah.
And consistency boils down to being human with yourself. We are not robots, right? And we don't have to do something 21 days in a row for it to stick, because that is putting too much pressure on ourselves. We are human beings, life comes in the way. Never miss 2 days in a row is the third golden rule of habit change, which means you did something on Monday, you did something on Tuesday, on Wednesday, life happened. You felt sick, your child felt sick, you had to go for a wedding, you couldn't continue with your diet or whatever it was that your goal is. No problem. But make sure on Thursday you do that stupidly small habit at least. In that way, you're continuing the consistency of that habit, and that way you never fail. Like you said, otherwise we get into the excuse of I'll start next week. Arey, Tuesday I failed, I'll start next week. It's because we're too harsh on ourselves. Let's use empathy. Let's talk to ourselves the way that we talk to our best friends. Soothe ourselves and say, no problem. Tomorrow I will start this again. And falling off the wagon, failing is a part of creating habits. So we have to become very, very comfortable with that. I fail all the time, but I learn from that failure.
I see. No 2 days, I think, and also the gap shouldn't be longer than the practice itself, and I think that's when the whole purpose also gets defeated. Ashtin, you take a lot of coaching, right? You do a lot of workshops with people to sort of get into habit formation. Can you share with us some really weird situations that people have shared with you on why they couldn't fall through or, follow through on a habit, and what has been your solution to it?
I'm telling you, there are strange ones that come up. And the key aspect is that each person's excuse is valid in their mind. So while they are strange, like I was mentioning, my socks didn't match my top, which is a strange one. but like it was actually a real valid excuse for somebody. The most common ones are my environment is not conducive. So Ashton, I cannot get rid of sugar in my house because my child needs it, my father needs it, this person needs it. So we use the environment as an excuse. So what I tell people is, whatever you can control as much as possible. You know, like for example, all mothers, they buy 2 chocolates whenever they go to the shop. One for the child, one for themselves. You know, you don't need to buy that second chocolate. Many times mothers go to the shop to buy that chocolate for the child only so that they can eat it.
Don't buy at all, I would say. Keep them away from
Correct.
sugar.
Keep them away from sugar. So the whole thing is that we create these little excuses and these little tricks that we play with ourselves. The thing that I tell people is write down these excuses and ask yourself, is there any truth to this? And if there's no truth to it, cancel it, right? Whatever you can do, outsource your systems. Another great thing is that we're lucky that we live in a country where we have people cooking for us sometimes. We have people, you know. So outsource your systems to them. If you're forgetting to take your supplements every day, outsource a system to them to make sure that the supplement comes along with your lunch. So in that way, you're creating systems where you don't need to put your energy into them. They're all automatically a part of your life.
We've had so many takeaways today. Ashton, we'll leave you with one last question. Sonal, what's your resolution? Do you know what you have planned?
I don't know. Can I
make
it official? Yeah, if I say it on TV, I'll have to do it. So that's the deal. No, to meditate more this year, to find time for myself outside of being a journalist, of being a wife, of being a mom, of being a daughter. Just time with me.
Mine is to be healthier. So it's a different end of what we've talked about. I want to actually stick to, you know, when I say I'm going to be healthy, there's one day that's really emotional and you end up, you know, junk eating and it takes everything off track. Ashton, the reason we just discussed that is because I want to come and ask you, this last year, what was a habit you built?
Yeah.
And how did you actually keep it?
So mine was actually the meditation part.
Oh, wow, similar.
So what I started doing was I started meditating every morning. And I put my money where my mouth is and I said every morning at 6 a.m. I'm going to do a Zoom call with whoever wants to meditate with me. And we had 30-40 people joining every morning and doing meditation together. And what that did was that gave me a clear goal. All right, I have to show up for all these people and in the process get my meditation in as well. So like you rightly said, you know, like you made this goal out publicly to everyone saying that I'm going to be doing this. In the same way, that's what I did. I said, I'm going to be showing up every morning for meditation. Here's the link. Whoever wants to join, come join. Let's meditate together. And over the year, created this beautiful community. So I think that's one of the habits that really stuck for me this year.
Ashton, that's beautiful. Thank you for joining us. And my biggest takeaway at least has been that I need to define eat healthier a little better. Even as I said that to you, I was like, all right, we've got to define it better.
I was just going to say the same thing. What does healthy mean?
Yeah. No, this isn't going to become an on-air question and answer session. I don't think I can answer that right here.
I think it's been a good masterclass on understanding your right intention, setting the goals and having a game plan, making them really easy. So this has been very, very helpful.
Yeah. And I think even finding ways to make people accountable. So Ashton, let's just come back to you with that question. All right, I think we've lost our connection with Ashton, but that was actually Ashton Doctor coaching us through as the habit coach, how to build your habits, what the science is behind it. Let's take you very quickly now to stories that are taking place from India and across the world. We're shifting focus with our apps. Take a look.
The government said that till October 14, 7.1 lakh approvals have been applied and 4.81 lakh approvals have been granted via the National Single Window System, including foreign direct investment approvals, petroleum-related services, hallmarking and startup registration. The national portal integrates the existing clearance systems of the various ministries and departments of the centre and the state governments.
Okay, and we're moving on from that change to an entirely different one with our next story. India's PLI schemes in a stride towards achieving self-reliance under the Atmanirbhar Bharat vision. India's PLI, that's Product Link Incentive Schemes, have emerged as a seemingly transformative force in enhancing the nation's manufacturing and export capabilities. With an outlay of 1.97 lakh crores, according to the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, the initiative that was launched in November back in 2020 covers 14 sectors and has already seemingly delivered on multiple milestones.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi-led Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs has given its approval for the minimum support price for copra for 2025 season with a budget outlay of 855 crore. Information and Broadcasting Minister Ashwini Vaishnav said that the MSP for the milling copra has been increased from 420 to 11,582 per quintal, while the ball copra for 100 to 12,100 per quintal for 2025.
Union Minister Jitendra Singh said that India's biotech ecosystem has grown to nearly 9,000 startups from 50 back in 2014, with the bioeconomy witnessing huge growth in the last 10 years. He was addressing the FE Green Sarathi Summit, and the Science and Tech Minister said India's bioeconomy has seen remarkable growth, growing from 10 billion in 2014 to over 130 billion in the last 10 years. And he predicts it's likely to be at 300 billion by 2030, so in just about 5 years from now.
Uttar Pradesh has set new tourism records, attracting a remarkable 476.1 million tourists between January and September of 2024. According to a report by Money Control, at the forefront of the surge in Ayodhya, the spiritual heart of the country, which has surpassed Agra's Taj Mahal to become the state's most visited destination. Uttar Pradesh Tourism Department reported that Ayodhya has attracted a staggering 135.5 million domestic tourists and 3,153 international visitors during the period.
And with an increasing use of AI, artificial intelligence in legal work, we're learning that 36,000 Supreme Court judgments have been translated into Hindi, 42,000 verdicts have been translated into 17 regional languages. And on date, they've also been made available on the ESCR portal. The Minister of State and Law, in a written reply in Lok Sabha, said that AI translation committees of the High Court are monitoring the entire work related to translation of both Supreme Court and High Court judgments into vernacular languages.
An endangered hippo was born in Virginia Zoo. The female was born on 9th of December at the Metro Richmond Zoo in Virginia. It is parents Irish and Cowan's third calf in 4.5 years, and they are all females. Now, this is also the pair's second calf to arrive right before the holidays. The baby girl arrived after a 7-month gestation, and the mother gave birth in water.
And in many Spanish families, children receive presents from the three kings on Epiphany and Jan 6th rather than from Santa on Christmas Day. The night before, essentially, you have towns across Spain that celebrate with parades reenacting the Magi's journey to Bethlehem, when actors portraying the wise men are often accompanied by camels. You can actually see it on your screens. The animals are much loved part of the tradition. Children often leave carrots out for them in their homes, just as they do for Santa's reindeer.
Siberian tigers is the largest keeping and breeding base in the northeast China's Shenzhen city, where for frolicking in the snow after recent snowfall that transformed their homes into an absolute playground. Spectacular visuals over there. The recent temperature drops were a gift to over 100 Siberian tigers in the area. They have been taking advantage of the weather to play with snow on the ground and enjoy walks in the forest, with some even huddling together around trees to keep themselves warm. Isn't that lovely? Now, on that note, we're going to slip into a break. On the other side, we've got a special chat, like we said, with actor Shefali Shah. We want to understand what's the secret behind her unwavering confidence and what is she looking forward to in the coming year. That's in a moment from now.
And tragic news coming in. What we are learning from top Congress leaders, including Robert Vadra as well as Salman Khurshid, is that former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh is no more. He passed away at the age of 92. He breathed his last at AIIMS in the national capital. Now what we are learning is that senior Congress leaders are rushing back to the national capital. Remember, they had their centenary celebrations in Belgavi, and top Congress leaders are rushing back to the national capitals. As per Salman Khurshid as well as Robert Vadra, former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, the man who helmed the two UPA regimes, is no more. He was admitted in the ICU in AIIMS after complaining of breathlessness. And now, as per Salman Khurshid as well as Robert Vadra, he has breathed his last and is no more at the age of 92. What we are also learning is that Union Health Minister, JP Nadda, is currently at AIIMS. Also, Wayanad MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is also at AIIMS. And also what we are learning is that Sonia Gandhi as well as Rahul Gandhi are rushing to AIIMS in the wake of this tragic news that's coming in from the national capital. Well, former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh is no more. I'm joined by my colleague Pallavi Ghosh on the broadcast. So Pallavi, sad news coming in. Salman Khurshid and Robert Vadra both have put out the information that Manmohan Singh has breathed his last at AIIMS in the national capital, and a tall figure of the UPA era of Indian politics now no more.
And the writer over here is that we are still waiting for the official word to come in, both from the party as well as from AIIMS. What we are being told is AIIMS is likely to issue a medical bulletin anytime now. We'll have to wait to see what are the developments in that. But yes, certainly the indications don't sound very good. The Congress has almost cancelled the rally which was to be held in Belgavi tomorrow as a part of the CWC meeting. Rahul Gandhi, who was very much there, is also rushing back. That has been confirmed by his office. But apart from that, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Robert Vadra, all the Delhi Congress leaders who are here are all rushing to AIIMS. The family is also, of course, there. He was admitted earlier today. What we were told by his office was acute breathlessness in a very serious condition. All doctors looking upon him, and he was admitted to ICU. At 92, he has been very frail. He has not been keeping very good health. He had actually stepped away from public political life in 2024 when his term had ended in Rajya Sabha. He walked away into sunset. I remember the last pictures we saw of him was in 2022 inside Rajya Sabha itself when he had come to cast his vote for a presidential elections. You're absolutely right. While we await that official word to come in, it's been a long legacy that he has left behind. And if I can use the words which he said to us once at a press conference, that history is going to remember me kindly. There has been a lot of political controversies which has dogged his 10 years in power, especially in the last 2 to 3 years of UPA 2. But his contribution to the economy, his idea of liberalization, opening up the Indian economy, that is his biggest contribution as far as India's economic story is concerned. And in fact, the present Prime Minister would always admit that whatever rancor we may have displayed during the 2014 Lok Sabha elections, the fact is that his contribution to India's growth story has never been forgotten. Each time the Prime Minister went to take oath of office, he would always take a tour to Dr. Manmohan Singh's official residence on Motilal Nehru Marg and greet him and take his blessings. That's the kind of bonhomie we saw between the two of them. But talking about Dr. Manmohan Singh, the economist, but also the reluctant politician, his political term.
Welcome back. It's time for that chat that we've been looking forward to. We are now going to sit down with the phenomenal actor Shefali Shah. Now, her unforgettable role in Delhi Crime, which you must have seen, her award-winning turn in Jalsa, Shefali captivated audiences with her depth and authenticity.
Looking ahead, Shefali gives us a glimpse of her excitement for 2025, the growth that she's proud of this year, and the roles that she's most eager to explore in the future. We've also asked her some of her thoughts on sustainability, the creatives that she wants to work with, and we get to hear all about her admiration for one actor in particular. But we're not going to tell you yet. Let's get straight into it right here on the show. Shefali, thank you so much for joining us early in the morning right here on the show. Shefali, there's a post of yours that went viral recently on Instagram in which you talked about the fact that, after it being difficult to coordinate a family trip, you decided to go on a solo trip to Rishikesh for rafting. And it's a post that a lot of women really resonated with. So we wanted to ask you first, how was the trip? And also any message to the women listening right now?
So one of them, it's quite liberating, and it's just freedom. You're not revolving around other people's time of, acha tumko abhi khana khana hai, should we go to the restaurant, what do you want to eat, etc., etc., or I want to do this, what is the activity you'd like to do. I was just on my own. I could do what I felt like doing. I practically did nothing for all those days except go rafting and sit by the river endlessly. And I think it was great, yeah. I just wasn't waiting anymore, which was really good, yeah. And for the women, it's not, I've been thinking about this a lot recently, where people ask me, what is it that you'd want to tell women? What is it that you'd want to tell girls? We have a lot of dreams and we have a lot of thoughts and imagination when you're growing up. And we start eradicating it as you deal with reality, one by one by one. It's like, oh, air hostess to main ban nahi sakti ab. Oh, I can't climb the Mount Everest. But I think you should keep that as a bucket list. You never know what you will be able to do at what point of time. And why not do it? Because you will reach a point of time when everyone around you is busy. And fair enough. I mean, they have their own lives. So either you keep waiting and then feeling miserable about it, or say, you know what, I can do this. And it doesn't necessarily have to be an out-of-town trip. It could be for 2 hours, just go watch a film and come back. Or just go to one of the bookstores, sit there, have a coffee, read a book. So I think that little time out for yourself is very important. Because if you keep depending on others, it doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, we were just talking about it, and you're right, never say never. But Shefali, let's shift to your acting for a while. The last year, couple of years, in fact, has seen you in very confident roles and very powerful roles, if I can call it that. Delhi Crime, just one of them, really. Is there a trend to it? Are you on purpose choosing these characters? And then also, viewers would love to know the secret to your confidence that really oozes out of these roles.
I think, it's confidence, yes, but there is also this particular thing that comes with age is, I don't care what people think. Which I don't know if it's good or bad, but the way to look at it is that you spend such a big part of your life just fitting into people's image, or what will they like me, will this work for someone, etc., that it's quite nice to feel that, I don't want to do this anymore just because somebody else wants me. As far as strong roles are concerned, maybe subconsciously it was a choice, because consciously it wasn't. I pick a role because the character, the story, the writing of it, the director, the nuances of the character, all of this excites me. So it's not, I'll only pick a role where there is a strong woman. For example, I just did a film, I did a film called Three of Us.
Yeah.
And we're talking about Shailaja, who's an extremely vulnerable, fragile woman. So it's, doesn't mean she doesn't have her own kind of silent strength. And honestly, I feel that there is a lot of strength in vulnerability. There's a lot of strength. So, if you're saying, is this a conscious question, a conscious choice of doing roles which present me as a strong woman? I haven't thought of it that way.
Shefali, this is a question we're discussing a lot on the show today. Growth that you've made this year that you're proud of. Any change you saw yourself make that you really are proud of?
Not because it's just happened, but honestly, this trip was a big one for me. I think it is my first step on a solo trip, on taking a solo trip. And my New Year resolution, in fact, is going to be that I'm going to travel a lot. If my family, my friends can join me, great. But if they can't, I'm still going to do it. I should have done that all along, but I didn't. And it doesn't mean that I'm shying away from my responsibilities or anything, but it just means that I love traveling. If nobody can make the time or they don't have the inclination towards it, fair enough. I mean, I completely comprehend and understand. That is one of the things. The second is, I guess, I don't know, but I don't know whether that's a right or a good choice or a good thought, but I am becoming more and more impatient towards incompetency. We handle everyone with kid gloves, and there is a difference between respect and handling somebody with kid gloves. When somebody is working with me, and if they're doing something wrong, I will explain it once, twice, thrice. But then you're obviously not putting in your mind, and this is what you want. This is your choice. You made this choice. There are so many people putting in their hard work, love and sweat into this. So you bloody well do it right. You don't have a reason to not do it right. Even if I'm saying, even if you don't love the work, this is what is paying you, right? I have to be honest to what I do.
Yeah. Shefali, you sound like a woman who's really coming into her own in the coming year, which brings you to the question of what is it that you're looking forward to in 2025? Are there some roles on the cards, some series, some movies that you want to share with us?
So honestly, there are 2-3 scripts that I've read, which I've said I want to do. It's going to take time to put it all together, of course. The director and producers and whatever. It takes time for a film. So I'm hoping that probably the first semester, we should start something. But there's some really interesting, fun scripts that I have. I finished Delhi Crime this month. I mean, in January. I finally wrap it. Hisab will be ready to release at some point. I mean, I don't know when they're planning to release it, but that was great fun. Making that movie was a lot of fun. And but I wish I could talk about this because abhi tak I don't even know when we are going to be. I just know that there's a script I loved and it is totally crazy and love the character, but I don't know how long it's going to take for it to actually go on floor. They're still trying to figure the other stuff attached to it.
Shefali, can we talk about one more thing that's trending right now? So shifting topics a little bit, your Abraham and Thakur outfit, it was a outfit with garbage bags, different CDs made, woven inside it, quite a cool outfit. But sustainability, is it something that you're genuinely passionate about?
I'm surprised it's come in vogue. It's ridiculous to even say that. Our mothers and grandmothers have always done sustainability. कल का चावल है, आज उसका मसाला चावल बनता ही है. अगर काफ्तान फट गया, काट के you make a midi, a mini, a top, and then finally a pocha. There's been the whole culture of hand-me-down. Yeah. I mean, these are things that have been in our. It's just been there in our lives. I don't know why we've woken up to it today. So it's like, I don't remember ever throwing a cloth bag away because I know I will make use of it. And forget that. Recently, my sister's birthday was there. I gave her a gift basket, okay, with lots of stuff. I bought the decoration bag because I will be doing it for somebody else. Rather than going and buying those stupid plastic flowers which came on somebody's Diwali basket to me, I'll put it on somebody else's, which will make it look pretty, but I will use it. So I don't think this is a new thing that we look. This is not new. We just do it. For example, when our diary, we have the number, abhi aayega, there'll be all these 2025 diaries. 2024 diaries mein kitne sare pages hain jo khali pade hue hain. You use it for your ghar ka hisab. It's not rocket science. You put a punch, you tie it up, and then you use those pages to, write your lists and stuff. So this is just, it has to be a way of life. There's really nothing. Honestly, I'm surprised why this has been even made into a, oh my God, we are doing this. We are not doing this. I mean, dude, this is what you should have always done.
Yeah, I love how passionate you sound about sustainability. But Shefali, you've also had quite a year, from Filmfare Awards to so many hits. But talk to us a little bit, it's that time of the year, right? About bucket list creatives that you want to work with in the coming year. Some people, some roles, some characters, some individuals that you want to really be part of.
So there are a lot of people. I mean, there's Alfonso Cuarón. I don't know how to pronounce it again.
Okay?
Yeah.
He, I first came to know about him when he directed Harry Potter, and he's done much, much better work since.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so Shefali, we could ask you almost what was on your bucket list still, because we talked about the idea of bucket list earlier. I don't just mean in the next year. I mean, in the years coming forward, who are the creatives, actors, directors, designers that you hope to work with? Who would you say are there on that list?
There would be Alfonso Cuarón, Phoebe Waller. If I would love to do something that she'd write. There is Fahad Fasil that I'd love to work with. Rajamouli sir. Avinash again. We did 3 of us, but I want to work with him again. David Kelly. He makes some amazing shows and films. I think he's got a spectacular array of work that he's created. He's a producer and writer. And there's so many more. I mean, I would want to work with Benedict Cumberbatch, and I want to obviously just stand in the background holding a glass of water for Meryl Streep. I would happily do it. Or Kate Blanchett. Oh my God, I would want to be on that set just to watch them. If I could just stand there and watch these people, it would be like, it's, I mean, there's so many, and there's so many even in our country.
Amazing. Shefali, thank you for sharing just that list of creatives with us that you'd love to work with. It's so lovely to hear, right from directors to actors across the world. We hope that you get to see some of these names sort of crossed off your bucket list in the next year, of course, with a lot of travel. From our side, though, right now, we'd just like to wish you a happy New Year, Shefali.
Hi, everyone, and every single one of you who's watching The Breakfast Club, and even if you're not watching The Breakfast Club, a very, very, very happy New Year to all of you with the healthy juice and a sinful pancake and a lot of maple syrup and a lot of butter.
All right, indulgence is the name of the game. Thank you so much, Shefali, for joining us. That was something, huh? That was so lovely. All right, we're going to head into a quick break. On the other side, we are not done bringing stories that are taking place across the country. In fact, we'll be touching on a story that's really left all of us shocked. Something that took place late last evening, the passing away of the former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, someone loved for how gentle, how kind, how erudite he was in every speech he gave. We'll be touching on it in just a few minutes, in and after this short break.
And tragic news coming in. What we are learning from top Congress leaders, including Robert Vadra as well as Salman Khurshid, is that former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh is no more. He passed away at the age of 92. He breathed his last at AIIMS in the national capital. Now what we are learning is that senior Congress leaders are rushing back to the national capital. Remember, they had their centenary celebrations in Belgavi, and top Congress leaders are rushing back to the national capitals. As per Salman Khurshid as well as Robert Vadra, former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, the man who helmed the 2 UPA regimes, is no more. He was admitted in the ICU in AIIMS after complaining of breathlessness. And now, as per Salman Khurshid as well as Robert Vadra, he has breathed his last and is no more at the age of 92. What we are also learning is that Union Health Minister JP Nadda is currently at AIIMS. Also, Wayanad MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is also at AIIMS. And also what we are learning is that Sonia Gandhi as well as Rahul Gandhi are rushing to AIIMS in the wake of this tragic news that's coming in from the national capital. Well, former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh is no more. I'm joined by my colleague Pallavi Ghosh on the broadcast. So Pallavi, sad news coming in. Salman Khurshid and Robert Vadra both have put out the information that Manmohan Singh has breathed his last at AIIMS in the national capital, and a tall figure of the UPA era of Indian politics now no more.
And the writer over here is that we are still waiting for the official word to come in, both from the party as well as from AIIMS. What we are being told is AIIMS is likely to issue a medical bulletin anytime now. We'll have to wait to see what are the developments in that. But yes, certainly the indications don't sound very good. The Congress has almost cancelled the rally, which was to be held in Belgavi tomorrow as a part of the CWC meeting. Rahul Gandhi, who was very much there, is also rushing back. That has been confirmed by his office. But apart from that, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Robert Vadra, all the Delhi Congress leaders who are here are all rushing to AIIMS. The family is also, of course, there. He was admitted earlier today. What we were told by his office was acute breathlessness in a very serious condition. All doctors looking upon him, and he was admitted to ICU. At 92, he has been very frail. He has not been keeping very good health. He had actually stepped away from public political life in 2024 when his term had ended in Rajya Sabha. He walked away into sunset. I remember the last pictures we saw of him was in 2022 inside Rajya Sabha itself when he had come to cast his vote for a presidential elections. You're absolutely right. While we await that official word to come in, it's been a long legacy that he has left behind. And if I can use the words which he said to us once at a press conference, that history is going to remember me kindly. There has been a lot of political controversies which has dogged his 10 years in power, especially in the last 2 to 3 years of UPA 2. But his contribution to the economy, his idea of liberalization, opening up the Indian economy, that is his biggest contribution as far as India's economic story is concerned. And in fact, the present Prime Minister would always admit that whatever rancor we may have displayed during the 2014 Lok Sabha elections, the fact is that his contribution to India's growth story has never been forgotten. Each time the Prime Minister went to take oath of office, he would always take a tour to Dr. Manmohan Singh's official residence on Motilal Nehru Marg and greet him and take his blessings. That's the kind of bonhomie we saw between the two of them. But talking about Dr. Manmohan Singh, the economist, but also the reluctant politician, his political term also, Ayushman, will be remembered for a lot of achievements. I mean, the Indo-US nuclear deal, he was so sure that it's going to solve India's energy problems that he was ready to stake his government. We know, for example, how left walked out and then the Samajwadi Party bailed him out, and the rest is history. He also was known for Aadhaar and
India has woken up to a tragic morning. Former Prime Minister and senior Congress leader Dr. Manmohan Singh passed away on Thursday night following prolonged illness. He was 92 years old. Now, according to a statement that is coming from AIIMS, he was being treated for age-related medical conditions and had sudden loss of consciousness at his home late last night.
He's most well known for carrying out economic reforms in 1991 when he was the Union Finance Minister. These, of course, included liberalization of the Indian economy and for leading the country through 2 terms as the Prime Minister. We're going to go over to our colleague Pallavi Ghosh, who's been covering this story since late last night. She's joining us live from AICC, the Congress headquarters, this morning. Pallavi, thank you for joining us. Pallavi, if we could ask you first a little bit about what is planned for the rest of the day today, tomorrow. We know that some of the former Prime Minister's relatives don't live in India. Are we waiting for them to return? Just bring us all the details.
One daughter, Amrit Singh, she's also a lawyer. She works at the Stanford Law University. She's there and we have been told that she's rushing back. So essentially it's going to be a family's call, and that call has been taken. What we are being told from Dr. Manmohan Singh's office is that the funeral is going to take place tomorrow. At the Congress headquarters, it's somber. On any other day, if it had not been an occasion like what it is today, the Congress party really would have been en masse at the CWC meetings in Belagavi in Karnataka, and 28th is when the Congress Foundation Day takes place. All these schedules have been cancelled. The Congress party has declared a mourning of 7 days, so all the official functions, events have been cancelled. Pretty much similar to what the government has done. At 11 a.m. you're going to see the cabinet meeting take place. There's going to be no official function, flags flying at half-mast, and the country is in a state of mourning. As I said, his daughter, one of the daughters lives abroad. She's going to be rushing back. His wife, of course, is very much here. She was there at the hospital also late last night when he breathed his last. And there has been a flurry of activity within the Congress party. Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra were right with him since the beginning. Once the news broke at around 9:30 p.m. that he was being rushed in a very critical state to AIIMS, Rahul Gandhi and Mr. Kharge flew down late last night. At around 2:17 a.m. is when they went to his residence, which is not too far away from here, to offer their Shraddhanjali.
Right. Pallavi, take us through what happens next from here. Where can people go to pay their respects, and what is going to be the schedule for the funeral?
Frankly speaking, I think we're going to get some more clarity only post the cabinet meeting, because that is where the entire itinerary will be chalked out. It's going to be a state honour, it's a state funeral, so a lot of decisions and planning to the last minute details are taken by the government along with the wishes, of course, of the family first. But what we are getting sketchy information is that, of course, the Prime Minister, other dignitaries are going to pay their tributes at his residence at Motilal Nehru Road. The party leaders are going to also start pouring in a bit from now. And, of course, there's a desire which the Congress party has expressed that when that funeral takes place, on the way to a funeral at least, his mortal remains should be kept here at the party headquarters so that the party workers and those who are unable to go to his residence can offer their tribute to him. And also a mark of the fact that Dr. Manmohan Singh, in those 10 years when he was the Prime Minister, also added a lot of prestige and stature to the Congress party as well.
Pallavi, could we ask you to talk on exactly that? We just have a few minutes left, and we'd love if you could leave our audiences with a few words on what you observe to be the impact of the former Prime Minister in the 2 terms as he led the country.
Well, I remember in 2004, it was right over here when the decision was taken that it's going to be him who's going to be the Prime Minister, and that's when the UPA was formed. He was as surprised as most of us were when, we thought someone else could have been made the Prime Minister. He's the last person, but anyone would have thought he would be chosen as the PM, despite the fact that the credentials are very strong. But he was always looked upon as an economist, a finance minister, then RBI governor, chief economic advisor. That is what his credentials were all about. But clearly Sonia Gandhi thought that there is much more to him which he can offer to the country. And those 10 years, and to use his words, history is going to look at him kindly. The mark of a man is proved by the kind of tributes he gets. It's not just restricted to his party or the allies who he worked with. It's cutting across party lines. We've been listening to all those tributes since late last night. Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri, all of them in glowing terms, and all of them have a story or anecdote to retain. Apart from the economics of it all, he's considered to be the father of liberalization. When P.V. Narasimha Rao was the Prime Minister, opening up of the Indian economy, that's been his hallmark. But even when he was a Prime Minister, everyone knows the 2008 Indo-US nuclear deal. It actually ended India's nuclear isolation. That is one biggest achievements for him. And of course, apart from that, Manrega, Food Security Act, these and his diplomatic overtures, reaching out to America, Europe on the Pakistan issue, Bangladesh, of course, cementing our relationship with Bangladesh when Sheikh Hasina became the Prime Minister. These are the very important contributions which he's going to put forward on the pages of history, Indian as well as global.
Right, we've seen those tributes pour in from international leaders too in the last few hours. Pallavi, thank you for bringing us this context. Pallavi continues to report this story from outside the AICC through the rest of the day.
And I think one thing that Dr. Manmohan Singh will be remembered most for, not just what he did politically, but for just kind of kind person he was. And even the shairi that everybody got a glimpse of, even in Parliament, from this very quiet, unassuming politician, are tributes here on the Breakfast Club to Dr. Manmohan Singh and his family as well. The coverage will, of course, continue on the channel. Thanks so much for watching.
Goodbye.
And tragic news coming in. What we are learning from top Congress leaders, including Robert Vadra as well as Salman Khurshid, is that former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh is no more. He passed away at the age of 92. He breathed his last at AIIMS in the national capital. Now what we are learning is that senior Congress leaders are rushing back to the national capital. Remember, they had their centenary celebrations in Belgavi, and top Congress leaders are rushing back to the national capitals. As per Salman Khurshid as well as Robert Vadra, former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, the man who helmed the two UPA regimes, is no more. He was admitted in the ICU in AIIMS after complaining of breathlessness. And now, as per Salman Khurshid as well as Robert Vadra, he has breathed his last and is no more at the age of 92. What we are also learning is that Union Health Minister JP Nadda is currently at AIIMS. Also, Wayanad MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is also at AIIMS. And also what we are learning is that Sonia Gandhi as well as Rahul Gandhi are rushing to AIIMS in the wake of this tragic news that's coming in from the national capital, where former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh is no more. I'm joined by my colleague Pallavi Ghosh on the broadcast. So Pallavi, sad news coming in. Salman Khurshid and Robert Vadra both have put out the information that Manmohan Singh has breathed his last at AIIMS in the national capital, and a tall figure of the UPA era of Indian politics now no more.
And the writer over here is that we are still waiting for the official word to come in, both from the party as well as from AIIMS. What we are being told is AIIMS is likely to issue a medical bulletin anytime now. We'll have to wait to see what are the developments in that. But yes, certainly the indications don't sound very good. The Congress has almost cancelled the rally, which was to be held in Belgavi tomorrow as a part of the CWC meeting. Rahul Gandhi, who was very much there, is also rushing back. That has been confirmed by his office. But apart from that, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Robert Vadra, all the Delhi Congress leaders who are here are all rushing to AIIMS. The family is also, of course, there. He was admitted earlier today. What we were told by his office was acute breathlessness in a very serious condition. All doctors looking upon him, and he was admitted to ICU. At 92, he has been very frail. He has not been keeping very good health. He had actually stepped away from public political life in 2024 when his term had ended in Rajya Sabha. He walked away into sunset. I remember the last pictures we saw of him was in 2022 inside Rajya Sabha itself when he had come to cast his vote for a presidential elections. You're absolutely right. While we await that official word to come in, it's been a long legacy that he has left behind. And if I can use the words which he said to us once at a press conference, that history is going to remember me kindly. There has been a lot of political controversies which has dogged his 10 years in power, especially in the last 2 to 3 years of UPA 2. But his contribution to the economy, his idea of liberalization, opening up the Indian economy. That is his biggest contribution as far as India's economic story is concerned. And in fact, the present Prime Minister would always admit.
Good morning. It's a somber day today after the late night passing away of India's former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. He was 92. The mood in Delhi captures the mood within the Congress party as well as within the government as well. Dr. Manmohan Singh's mortal remains were moved from AIIMS to his official residence at Motilal Nehru Road. One of the earliest ones to pay the Shraddhanjali to him were Rahul Gandhi, the LOP, as well as the Congress President, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, who dashed down from Karnataka to offer their tributes to him. He is survived by his wife Gusharan Kaur and 3 daughters. In fact, one of his daughters, Amrit Singh, who is a lawyer at the Stanford Law University, is rushing back, and it's only after that a decision will be finally taken on what exactly is going to be the minute-by-minute itinerary as far as his funeral rites are concerned. So that is going to be the top focus through the day. There have been tributes which have been pouring in from India, from abroad as well, from cutting across party lines, and all of them have one thing to say: there's never going to be another one like him again. Okay, the first word coming in, and this is from Dr. Manmohan Singh's official residence and his office. It's now confirmed that the funeral is going to be taking place tomorrow. The family is waiting for the return of one of his daughters who works in America. She's going to be returning. The rest of the relatives are also over here, but many of them are pouring in. Party leaders also pouring in. At 11 a.m. the government is going to be doing a cabinet meeting, and that is where they are going to pass an official resolution paying their tributes to the former Prime Minister. But getting us details of the funeral and the last rites is my colleague Arunima. Arunima, good morning. First of all, the official notification of the state mourning is already out. Can you run us through the details, and what information do we really have about his last rites?
Right. Morning, Pallavi. Yes, I'm coming to you live from Dr. Manmohan Singh's official residence. All the top dignitaries are expected here shortly. And it's raining very heavily, but I'll still try and show you. Narendra, if you can just show them around a bit. There's heavy police bandobast here, heavy deployment. The route has been fixed. In about half an hour from now, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is expected, and then shortly after that, Prime Minister is also expected to come and pay his last tribute. And therefore, the police men and women on duty here, even in the pouring rain, are ensuring that the routes are sanitized. Full media bandobast, and you're absolutely right. The government of India has already declared a 2-day mourning, which means that no official function will happen in these 2 days. The national flag will fly at half-mast at all top national iconic places. For example, the Parliament House, the Rashtrapati Bhavan, the North Block. And in this 2-day mourning, the country will pay homage to perhaps one of those prime ministers who made history in its own rights. The first Sikh prime minister to take that chair, the one who ensured that the nuclear deal came through. And also, before he became the prime minister, he was a man who made his mark in history as the finance minister of the country. So I think government of the day recognizes his contribution to nation building and has already declared a 2-day homage. The top leadership coming here shortly to pay their last tribute.
And about the funeral, I mean, this is something which we were also told by his office, is that it's going to take place tomorrow. Any clarity on what are really the kind of arrangements that are made as far as a state funeral is concerned?
So let me take you back a few years. Again, it was the 25th of December when we lost another Prime Minister, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, another Prime Minister who was loved by the countrymen, and the countrymen were pouring, because they were quite upset with that loss, even though he had been ailing for some time. Okay, Pallavi, just give me a second. The policemen here are ensuring that the route is sanitized. So I'll just take a step forward. Yes, coming back to telling you the protocol that happens when a Prime Minister of India passes away, there will be a cabinet meeting like you just told our viewers, and in that a resolution is possibly going to get the cabinet's nod about the former Prime Minister Dr.
I'm sorry, I'm
Manmohan
going to have
Singh,
to interrupt you here. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you here. I'm just going to go across to Mr. Manish Tiwari. Manish, thank you very much for speaking to CNN News 18 this morning. I remember you were very much beside him as an INB minister when he made that famous comment that history is going to look at me kindly. Can you just share with our viewers how is it that history is going to remember him?
Well, Dr. Manmohan Singh was a colossus, and he showed both the economic and the governance firmament like an absolute intellectual giant. Suave, affable, soft-spoken, but very firm. He was a person who was an inspiration, especially for millions and millions of young people who got opportunities as a consequence of his economic liberalization in 1991. And so therefore, Dr. Manmohan Singh's loss obviously is a great loss to this nation. May his soul rest in peace. Hello.
And also Manish, just to, and also Manish, as an INB minister, you also had to kind of put forward the government's, Manish, as an INB minister, you also had to put forward, the point of view of the government. It was also one of those testing and trying times, I would say. But if you could share with us some of the anecdotes, what is it that Dr. Manmohan Singh used to tell you? What was the advice he would give it to you as the Prime Minister, and the fact that you were very much a part of his cabinet as well?
Well, when I became Minister for Information and Broadcasting, Dr. Manmohan Singh was being subjected to a ghastly and unfair tirade by the collective press. And I recall we were flying to Ludhiana, which was my erstwhile parliamentary constituency, for the convocation of the Punjab Agriculture University. So on the plane, I asked him that what should be our approach towards the media. And he gave me a one-line answer. He says our approach should be an essay in persuasion and not an essay in coercion. So therefore, even at a point in time when he felt, and rightly so, that he was being very, very unfairly treated, he still had the magnanimity, he still had the grace, he still had the fortitude that the instrumentalities of the state would not be used to browbeat the fourth estate. So that was Dr. Manmohan Singh, absolutely a gentleman to the core.
And you would never find him ruffled by all those kind of allegations against him. This perhaps is not the right time to talk about it. But the Indo-US nuclear deal was something, his heart was very much in it. He was 100% convinced that this is important for the country. But he faced resentment from within. Do you have any idea how he would talk about it? How did he decide to tackle him? And what convinced him that this is the deal which we need to go for?
Well, Dr. Manmohan Singh, earlier in his career, had served as the economic advisor of the Department of Atomic Energy and Space. I think this was in the late 70s. And possibly it became a cardinal of faith with him that the nuclear apartheid India was being subjected to, which was holding back our potential to be able to even access nuclear power, which was essential for India's economic growth, was a severe handicap. And so therefore, in India's larger interest, he even staked his own government on the Indo-US nuclear deal. It's unfortunate that subsequently it did not come to fruition because, of a very obtuse liability clause in the insurance law and the Nuclear Liability Act. But Dr. Manmohan Singh, I believe, was convinced that India must have access to as much of power as it could through whatever means, hydrocarbons, intermediates, renewables, because energy is what drives economic growth.
All right. Thank you very much, Mashish Tiwari, for speaking to CNN News 18, and our condolences to you. So there are many nuggets of anecdotes which we have been getting in since late last night, and the common thread in all of that has been one simple fact: low profile, not ruffled, despite the fact that there were a lot of controversies dogging his government, especially as far as UP2A is concerned. Arunima continues to remain with us. She's reporting live from outside Dr. Manmohan Singh's residence, which is at Motilal Nehru Road. Arunima, just to explain to our viewers, what really is your protocol in place once you decide to go in for a state funeral? Once the government announces the state funeral, what is the protocol in place?
Yes, again, I'll take, like I was telling you, I'll take you back a few years when we lost another former Prime Minister, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and that gives you a sense as to what is really the protocol that is followed. So once a state funeral that resolution is agreed to by the Union Cabinet, the last remains of the former Prime Minister, there's a chance given to the common public to come and pay their last respect to the former Prime Minister. Because he was from the Congress party, there is a good chance that he could, his last remains, instead of his residence behind me, could be taken to the AICC headquarters. And I do not want to talk about politics here, Pallavi, but I have to remind the viewers that one thing which has always haunted the Congress was how they treated, PV Narasimha Rao. Prime Minister Modi keeps referring to that. So I think Congress party will ensure that this time around, all that is due to a former Prime Minister from their party, Dr. Manmohan Singh, is done by them also. So if the mortal remains are taken to the AICC headquarters, post that when the final journey begins, and both you and Payal have been getting us nuggets of information on that, Rajghat is where we have seen all the former Prime Ministers being laid to rest there. That's the area where the cremation happens. So from the AICC headquarters, in a carriage which will be having military escort, which will be given the last salute by our men in uniform. From there it will move towards the cremation ghat in Rajghat, where the religious ceremonies, the family will be given a chance to carry out the religious ceremonies. But again, before the pyre is lit, before the mortal remains are finally laid to rest, there will be a full salute given by our tri-services. If a state funeral is ultimately what the cabinet approves, that's the process that is usually followed. The sense that we are getting is that perhaps the day today will be given to people who want to pay their respect, and the mortal remains will be laid to rest tomorrow.
Yeah, but we can confirm this much that he is, mortal remains will be brought at the Congress headquarters where I'm standing at this point of time. Through the day today, of course, you're going to see there's multiple tributes being offered. Most of the Congress top leaders were in Karnataka and all of them are rushing back. Arunima continues to stay with us. Arunima, we're just going to be coming back. News continues over here on CNN News 18.
And tragic news coming in. What we are learning from top Congress leaders, including Robert Vadra as well as Salman Khurshid, is that former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh is no more. He passed away at the age of 92. He breathed his last at AIIMS in the national capital. Now what we are learning is that senior Congress leaders are rushing back to the national capital. Remember, they had their centenary celebrations in Belgavi, and top Congress leaders are rushing back to the national capitals. As per Salman Khurshid as well as Robert Vadra, former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, the man who helmed the two UPA regimes, is no more. He was admitted in the ICU in AIIMS after complaining of breathlessness. And now, as per Salman Khurshid as well as Robert Vadra, he has breathed his last and is no more at the age of 92. What we are also learning is that Union Health Minister JP Nadda is currently at AIIMS. Also, Wayanad MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is also at AIIMS. And also what we are learning is that Sonia Gandhi as well as Rahul Gandhi are rushing to AIIMS in the wake of this tragic news that's coming in from the national capital. Well, former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh is no more. I'm joined by my colleague Pallavi Ghosh on the broadcast. So Pallavi, sad news coming in. Salman Khurshid and Robert Vadra both have put out the information that Manmohan Singh has breathed his last at AIIMS in the national capital, and a tall figure of the UPA era of Indian politics now no more.
And the writer over here is that we are still waiting for the official word to come in, both from the party as well as from AIIMS. What we are being told is AIIMS is likely to issue a medical bulletin anytime now. We'll have to wait to see what are the developments in that. But yes, certainly the indications don't sound very good. The Congress has almost cancelled the rally, which was to be held in Belgavi tomorrow as a part of the CWC meeting. Rahul Gandhi, who was very much there, is also rushing back. That has been confirmed by his office. But apart from that, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Robert Vadra, all the Delhi Congress leaders who are here are all rushing to AIIMS. The family is also, of course, there. He was admitted earlier today. What we were told by his office was acute breathlessness in a very serious condition. All doctors looking upon him, and he was admitted to ICU. At 92, he has been very frail. He has not been keeping very good health. He had actually stepped away from public political life in 2024 when his term had ended in Rajya Sabha. He walked away into sunset. I remember the last pictures we saw of him was in 2022 inside Rajya Sabha itself when he had come to cast his vote for a presidential elections. You're absolutely right. While we await that official word to come in, it's been a long legacy that he has left behind. And if I can use the words which he said to us once at a press conference, that history is going to remember me kindly. There has been a lot of political controversies which has dogged his 10 years in power, especially in the last 2 to 3 years of UPA 2. But his contribution to the economy, his idea of liberalization, opening up the Indian economy, that is his biggest contribution as far as India's economic story is concerned. And in fact, the present Prime Minister would always admit that whatever rancor we may have displayed during the 2014 Lok Sabha elections, the fact is that his contribution to India's growth story has never been forgotten. Each time the Prime Minister went to take oath of office, he would always take a tour to Dr. Manmohan Singh's official residence on Motilal Nehru Marg and greet him and take his blessings. That's the kind of bonhomie we saw between the two of them. But talking about Dr. Manmohan Singh, the economist, but also the reluctant politician, his political term also, Ayushman, will be remembered for a lot of achievements. I mean, the Indo-US nuclear deal, he was so sure that it's going to solve India's energy problems that he was ready to stake his government. We know, for example, how left walked out and then the Samajwadi Party bailed him out, and the rest is history. He also was known for Aadhaar and many.
We continue a continuous coverage on the demise of the former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, with tributes pouring in. The Prime Minister, the mortal remains of the former Prime Minister was brought to his official residence at the Motilal Nehru Marg, and that is where they remained. And one of the first ones, as we have been reporting, to pay the tributes to him was, of course, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Rahul Gandhi, as well as the Congress President, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. But one of the biggest tributes also came in from the Prime Minister Modi, who paid rich tributes to him. Well, what we are now learning is that the Prime Minister as well as the Home Minister are likely to go to Motilal Nehru Marg to pay their Shraddhanjali. 9:40 a.m. is when the Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, is expected to arrive, and the Prime Minister at around 10 a.m. just ahead of the cabinet meeting at 11 a.m. I'm being joined by my colleague Payal Mehta. Payal, yes, can you break down for us? 11 a.m. is what you have been reporting as a cabinet briefing, and before that the HM as well as the Prime Minister are expected to go.
Yes, Pallavi, what we are given to understand at around 10 a.m. in the morning, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be leading the nation in paying tribute to the late former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, essentially with whom the Prime Minister of the day, Narendra Modi, had a great rapport and reputation, and he basically had in fact spoken about this on his social media post last night after learning of the demise of Dr. Manmohan Singh. The Home Minister, of course, will also be paying his tribute and is expected to be at the Motilal Nehru residence of Manmohan Singh at around 9:45 a.m. is what we are given to understand. And at 11 o'clock, the Cabinet will be having a very brief meeting, essentially to pass the resolution to mourn the death of Dr. Manmohan Singh, because remember the government has already put out a notification which says that 7-day national mourning will be observed.
Okay, Payal, let's delve a bit on that Prime Minister's tribute which he put out on the social media platform X. Whatever may be your political differences, and both of them were pitted opposite each other in the 2014 Lok Sabha elections. But I remember, Payal, and please corroborate me on that, each time he would take oath of office, he would make it a point to go to Dr. Manmohan Singh's residence to take his blessings, to use his words. If you could just share with our viewers, what was the kind of relationship the two of them shared when he became the Prime Minister and Dr. Manmohan Singh debuted office?
Pallavi, Dr. Manmohan Singh was respected not just within his own party but across the entire political spectrum, like you've been reporting from last night. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi was no different in that respect. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has had a lot of interactions that he mentioned when he used to come to Delhi as the Gujarat Chief Minister. His political journey began from then as well. So that's something which, of course, he reminisces when he speaks about Dr. Manmohan Singh, his acceptability, his ability to be able to be an able listener, the fact that he rose from humble background and was a respected economist. He also served in various positions of the government, not to forget as the RBI chief and also as the finance minister of the country as well. This is a similar kind of reputation and the rapport that Prime Minister Narendra Modi also shared with the late President of India, Pranab Mukherjee. He often spoke about the fact that he took a lot of guidance and mentorship from Pranab Mukherjee also. So this is how he has fondly remembered both these leaders. It may be said, yes, that politically it's a very, very bitter war of words between both the sides right now, but one must never forget the contribution of these great stalwarts that our country has had.
Okay. Payal, I'm going to have to interrupt you on this, but I thank you very much for the information you've been sharing. Let me just go across to Mr. Sam Pitroda, who's now joining me from Chicago. Thank you very much for speaking to CNN News 18. We did see your tributes which you put out on the social media platform, Mr. Pitroda. But as we mourn the death of, everyone talks about the fact that the man who contributed and has etched his place in Indian history, what is it that set him apart?
As I've said earlier, to me, he was a true Gandhian leader. He believed in democracy, diversity, inclusion. He believed in lifting the people at the bottom of the economic pyramid. He was the one who planted seeds for liberalization of Indian economy. And he was a very simple, unassuming man with character, values, ethics, and morals. It is hard to find these kinds of people and leaders in this day and age. Everyone is too selfish. Everyone is focused on power and profit. Very few people really worry about larger picture for the planet and for the benefit of the people. That's what Manmohan Singh was all about. He was not flashy. He was not looking for publicity of his own. He was not there to undermine anybody. He was a team player. Some people thought he was not strong enough, but I think exactly opposite. That he was a good manager who allowed his people to flourish. He was not micromanaging things. I worked for him for 10 years. I worked with him on Knowledge Commission, innovation, and information infrastructure. I had many meetings with him at a personal level, and I found him to be very warm, welcoming, and he was ready to listen. It's hard to find that kind of leadership today. So I will miss him.
Mr. Pitroda, you also were very much a part of India's movement as far as the telecom revolution is concerned. He, as a finance minister from 1991, also ushered in the liberalization or opening up of India. Would you say that that was his biggest achievement? What India is today is also thanks to the kind of opening up of Indian economy to the world, to the skies?
Yes, he and I met in 1985. Gandhi era, we connected and we sort of compared notes on and off. And I got an opportunity to work with him. When he became Prime Minister, he called me in Chicago on his own. And he said, Sam, I need your support and blessings. This is Prime Minister of India calling. How many people would have that level of self-esteem to be able to call somebody and say, I look forward to your help? That was the character of the man. And it hurts when people criticize him, abuse him. He was really a thorough gentleman. And he knew that the time had come for the economic liberalization in 1991. He never talked about taking credit for 1991 liberalization. He used to say that the time had come for India to liberalize. And I think that move planted the seeds for today's growing India. A lot of credit goes to Manmohan Singh. And I think his professional journey as an economist was equally important. Hello?
As was his diplomatic journey, because Mr. Pitroda, you stay in Chicago. The Prime Minister, I remember, Manmohan Singh, I remember he got a very emotional letter when he demitted office in 2014 from the then President Barack Obama. If you could just tell us the kind of sentiments attached to him, his diplomacy, and also the fact that not just in India, but the world leaders also kind of appreciated, and those tributes are already pouring in. The world leaders also understood and his stature and his contribution.
Absolutely. I was with him when he came to Washington. I was at the dinner that Barack Obama had hosted for the Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. I was in a meeting along with 7-10 more people when he had a private meeting with Hillary Clinton. He asked me to speak at that meeting on Innovation and Knowledge Commission. And he was very sort of open in our conversations. I remember once a finance minister from Europe, I think he was from UK, told me that, Sam, when I met Manmohan Singh, I felt like I had met God. I said, what do you mean? He said he was wearing white turban, white dress, a man in total peace, as if he was meditating. And he said, I never had that kind of feeling in my life. So I think especially liked him very much. At the dinner also, when we all were meeting, you could see the body language of Barack Obama for Dr. Manmohan Singh. And, people realize that he's a professional, wise man with deep understanding of economy. And he is content with his work and is not looking for people clapping for him.
Mr. Pitroda, since you also kind of, worked in close quarters with him and interacted with him closely, I really want to leave you and quickly ask you these questions. Many wondered why was he so stubborn about the Indo-US nuclear deal. Did he ever explain to you why he thought that this deal was important for India?
Yes. We had long chat. We had long chat even while we were in US. We had a chat on it because he firmly believed that for India to grow, the biggest challenge is going to be energy. If we don't have enough energy requirement fulfilled for 1.5 billion people, India will not be able to deliver the kind of growth India is looking forward to. And he believed, rightfully so, and I also believe, that solar is not going to be the ultimate answer. Ultimate answer lies in nuclear energy, but different kind of nuclear power plants. Now, his idea is beginning to make sense in terms of smaller nuclear plants. People sometimes call these desktop nuclear plants, where you have distributed energy in the nuclear form, which is easy to manage, lot less risk. And I think these kinds of plants are now becoming a reality. So his concern for nuclear deal was appropriate. He was not looking to big plants as we have built in the past. He knew that in 10, 20 years, we will have smaller nuclear plants. So I think he had a vision on nuclear energy, and that's why he came close to the US in signing the nuclear deal. And he spent a lot of time and he put a lot of his political capital online on that. It is unfortunate that we have not been able to capitalize on it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Pitora, for sharing your thoughts with us. I mean, they are usually gems which you've shared with us. Thank you very much for speaking to CNN News 18. So that was Sam Pitora. He was a part of the Telecom Commission, but as he himself pointed out, very much a part of the Knowledge Commission, Knowledge and Innovation Commissions, in which he interacted very closely with the former Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh. But before I go ahead, let's listen in to many of the tributes which have been pouring in from his party colleagues as well. Let's listen in to them.
मनमोहन सिंह जी की बात करें, उनके यादों की बात करें, आपसे जो जुड़ाव की बात करें, कैसे याद करते हैं सर?
देखिए, कुछ एक मैं ये नहीं कहूंगा कि बहुत करीबी से जानते थे, लेकिन उनसे मेरे बचपन से रिश्ते करीबी रहे। मेरे पिताजी जब आईएएस में थे, कॉमर्स मिनिस्ट्री थे दिल्ली में, तो उनके साथ काम करते थे। वो भारत की ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट्स को लीड करते थे। उसमें कई बार उनके साथ विदेश गए। मुझे अभी भी याद है, पहली बार मैंने अर्जेंटीना देश का नाम सुना था जब ये लोग सब साथ में वहां गए थे और एक वहां कुछ देशों का दौरा किया था। उसके बाद स्वाभाविक है कि इनकी बात सुनते रहे, लेकिन जब 91 में 91 में इन्होंने आर्थिक सुधार की बात की, तब तो एक सबके सामने वो निकल कर आए। फिर 10 साल जो प्रधानमंत्री रहे, तब एक मिलना मिलाना हुआ। और ये जो हम लोग नए सांसद आए थे, हम लोगों के प्रति एक विशेष स्नेह रखते थे, कई बार बुला लेते थे। एक बार मुझे याद है, हम कई लोगों को अलग अलग बुलाया कि भाई देखो, हम लोग नई सरकार में आए हैं, हमारे पास 5 साल का समय है, आपके हिसाब से हमें क्या करना चाहिए युवाओं के लिए, कृषि के लिए। क्योंकि मैं मध्य प्रदेश में स्वयंसेवी संस्थाओं में काम करता था, गांव में, तो मुझसे पूछने लगे रूरल डेवलपमेंट में क्या करना चाहिए, एग्रीकल्चर में क्या करना चाहिए। तो ये एक व्यक्ति था जो इतना समझ लीजिए स्वयं ज्ञानी हो, अनुभवी हो, लेकिन वो भी सबसे कहता है कि अपने आइडियाज दो, नीति बनाओ। और एक जो मुझे सेंटेंस इनका हमेशा याद आता है, बात करते करते उन्होंने ऐसे मुझसे कहा कि संदीप, आप लोग राजनीति तो करो पर कभी नीति मत भूलना। आई थिंक बहुत बड़ी सीख थी उनसे हम लोगों को।
हाँ सर, अब उनका जो लास्ट रिचुअल्स है उसको लेकर के क्या कुछ कार्यक्रम है, क्या कुछ तैयारियां हैं?
ये तो शायद अभी बताएंगे, लेकिन मैं जब गया था वहां तो उन्होंने बताया था कि अभी उनकी बेटी है, वो यूएस में है, वो आ रही है, शायद शाम तक या लेट नाइट वो पहुंचेंगी। उस कारण से आज तो अंतिम राइट्स नहीं हो पाएंगे, कल ही शायद होंगे आज। लेकिन वो ये करेंगे, अभी इंतजाम चल रहा है उनके घर पे अंदर, बरसात के कारण कुछ देरी हो गई है, कुछ देर में जरूर खोलेंगे जब हम लोग सब जाकर उनके दर्शन कर पाएंगे।
Painful situation. Manmohan Singh ji is real icon of the Congress party and the country. Basically, a post-independent hero. Manmohan Singh ji's vision and his ability to govern the country, everybody witnessed. All the programs of the Congress party has been cancelled for 7 days. Nothing is, including our foundation day celebration on 28th.
So those are the tributes which are pouring in, cutting across party lines, whether it's the Congress party of which he was a part of, or whether it's the BJP or the allies, all of them have good words and rich words to pay for him. This is going to be our top story. 11 a.m. the cabinet meeting is going to take place, and just before that, the Prime Minister and the Home Minister will go to his residence to pay the tributes. So those are the tributes which are pouring in, cutting across party lines, whether it's the Congress party of which he was a part of, or whether it's the BJP or the allies, all of them have good words and rich words to pay for him. This is going to be our top story. 11 a.m. the cabinet meeting is going to take place, and just before that, the Prime Minister and the Home Minister will go to his residence to pay the tributes.
And tragic news coming in. What we are learning from top Congress leaders, including Robert Vadra as well as Salman Khurshid, is that former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh is no more. He passed away at the age of 92. He breathed his last at AIIMS in the national capital. Now what we are learning is that senior Congress leaders are rushing back to the national capital. Remember, they had their centenary celebrations in Belgavi, and top Congress leaders are rushing back to the national capitals. As per Salman Khurshid as well as Robert Vadra, former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, the man who helmed the two UPA regimes, is no more. He was admitted in the ICU in AIIMS after complaining of breathlessness. And now, as per Salman Khurshid as well as Robert Vadra, he has breathed his last and is no more at the age of 92. What we are also learning is that Union Health Minister JP Nadda is currently at AIIMS. Also, Wayanad MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is also at AIIMS. And also what we are learning is that Sonia Gandhi as well as Rahul Gandhi are rushing to AIIMS in the wake of this tragic news that's coming in from the national capital. Well, former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh is no more. I'm joined by my colleague Pallavi Ghosh on the broadcast. So Pallavi, sad news coming in. Salman Khurshid and Robert Vadra both have put out the information that Manmohan Singh has breathed his last at AIIMS in the national capital, and a tall figure of the UPA era of Indian politics now no more.
And the writer over here is that we are still waiting for the official word to come in, both from the party as well as from AIIMS. What we are being told is AIIMS is likely to issue a medical bulletin anytime now. We'll have to wait to see what are the developments in that. But yes, certainly the indications don't sound very good. The Congress has almost cancelled the rally which was to be held in Belgavi tomorrow as a part of the CWC meeting. Rahul Gandhi, who was very much there, is also rushing back. That has been confirmed by his office. But apart from that, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Robert Vadra, all the Delhi Congress leaders who are here are all rushing to AIIMS. The family is also, of course, there. He was admitted earlier today. What we were told by his office was acute breathlessness in a very serious condition. All doctors looking upon him, and he was admitted to ICU. At 92, he has been very frail. He has not been keeping very good health. He had actually stepped away from public political life in 2024 when his term had ended in Rajya Sabha. He walked away into sunset. I remember the last pictures we saw of him was in 2022 inside Rajya Sabha itself when he had come to cast his vote for a presidential elections. You're absolutely right. While we await that official word to come in, it's been a long legacy that he has left behind. And if I can use the words which he said to us once at a press conference, that history is going to remember me kindly. There has been a lot of political control.
What set Dr. Manmohan Singh apart was the fact that not just was his worth, merit appreciated back home over here in India, but also abroad. And especially in America, where he shared a very personal, professional equation with the then President of America, Barack Obama. We also have a statement which has come in from America the moments after the news first broke late last night of the unfortunate demise of Dr. Manmohan Singh. The United States has offered our sincere condolences to the people of India for the passing away of the former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh. This is a statement which was given by the Secretary of State Antony Blinken, and in this statement, and I quote him, Dr. Singh was one of the greatest champions of the US-India strategic partnership. His leadership in advancing the US-India Civil Nuclear Cooperation Agreement signified a major investment in the potential of the US-India relationship. At home, Dr. Singh will be remembered for his economic reforms that spurred India's rapid economic growth. Arunima is also now joining us from outside Dr. Manmohan Singh's residence. You know, Arunima, we were speaking to Sam Pitroda and he shared those nuggets of information about how Barack Obama's bonhomie or camaraderie with Dr. Manmohan Singh was so evident. You know, if any of us, and we have read that letter which was written by by the former President Barack Obama to Dr. Manmohan Singh when he stepped down, and you know, it's a very rare occasion, you know, very few salute someone who's demitting office, but Barack Obama certainly did that. In this statement of America, do you see a reflection on how America understood that this was a man who was extraordinary, and the US nuclear deal was something which was very important as much for India as well as for America. Arunima, if you can hear me, you know, when you go through the American statement on the demise of Dr. Manmohan Singh and the reference it makes also to the Indo-US nuclear deal, isn't it an evidence or acknowledgement of the fact that not just in India but even abroad, especially in America, Dr. Manmohan Singh will always have a special place?
Well, there's no doubt about that. And you know, Dr. Manmohan Singh himself, his supporters within the Congress party have often argued that it is wrong to say that Dr. Manmohan Singh and under him, India's growth story did not get the kind of acknowledgement that India truly deserved. They have often countered that narrative, and what you're seeing in terms of the statement from the United States of America, where they are acknowledging Dr. Manmohan Singh's role in the Indo-US civil nuclear cooperation agreement, also the role that he played in opening up India's market, the liberalization era that was ushered him by him as a finance minister and P.V. Narasimha Rao as the prime minister. That is something that India acknowledges, that is something that the world acknowledges. When Dr. Manmohan Singh was at the helm of affairs, social media was not this aggressive, not this active. So perhaps the current generation would not have known his legacy as much. And as I'm speaking to you, Pallavi, keep an eye on my frame, because any moment now you will see the Home Minister's convoy move in. The advanced security liaison has been carried out, the ASL has been carried out. I can already hear the convoy pilot vehicles, beepers going up. I think in a couple of minutes from now, because the sanitization process is still on. All the roads leading up to Dr. Manmohan Singh's residence, the traffic has been blocked there, and Narendra is just trying to show you the visuals here. The entire route has been sanitized. So as we are talking about the Home Minister's visit, we are also talking about the Indo-US relation under Dr. Manmohan Singh's leadership when he was the Prime Minister of the country. And you're absolutely right. This statement actually reminds you of the legacy that Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh has had, the legacy that he leaves behind, and how he's remembered not just by India but the world.
Okay, we are just waiting for the Home Minister to reach Dr. Manmohan Singh's residence at Motilal Nehru Marg. Arunima, apart from what the American statement said, just come back home over here to India. The fact that, one of the first glowing tributes was paid by the Prime Minister, and, we spoke to a spectrum of people, and not just Congress, people belonging to other political parties, even his allies, who shared a very...
Boy has just come in. We are giving you the visuals there. Union Home Minister reaching Dr. Manmohan Singh's residence. I think the convoy is arriving, and the first set of leaders to be arriving from the top leadership of the country. We have not managed to spot the Home Minister in the convoy, but yes, that is his convoy which is moving in. Narendra, if you can keep showing the visuals, Home Minister Amit Shah and Prime Minister Narendra Modi both are expected here. And the Home Minister's convoy has reached. The Prime Minister is expected in a short while from now. Like we have been discussing earlier also, even though UPA and NDA have had a very acrimonious relationship, and Dr. Manmohan Singh headed UPA, but in his last moments, the top leadership of the country is giving him his due, the due that he deserved as the Prime Minister of the country, the one who initiated the globalization era, the one who opened up Indian markets and gave India the kind of economic liberalization that we see today. As a Prime Minister also, like I said, politically speaking, it might have been very acrimonious, but the Home Minister and the Prime Minister giving them their due, both arriving at Dr. Manmohan Singh's residence here to give them their respect, pay them homage. After this, there will be a cabinet meeting in which the state funeral resolution will get that has already been decided, but that resolution will get the official nod of the cabinet, post which I think the last remains of Dr. Manmohan Singh will be taken to the AICC headquarters for general public and Congress members to pay their last respect. And tomorrow, I think, will be the funeral once his family members, his daughter and other family members arrive here in Delhi.
Yes, Arunima, and we are playing all those pictures up on our screens of the Home Minister reaching Motilal Nehru Road, which has been the official residence of Dr. Manmohan Singh since he quit office in 2014. And as you rightly said, one of the first senior ministers just ahead of the Prime Minister's visit, which could be around 10 a.m., but also the cabinet meeting, which is going to take place at 11 a.m. As we wait for those pictures to start coming out from inside, possibly of Mr. Amit Shah paying his tributes to the family, paying tributes to Dr. Manmohan Singh and his condolences to the family. Arunima, just let's talk a little bit about the domestic policy, because we talk about his economics, we talk about his diplomacy, but let's also talk about the internal security. Because I remember he was the Prime Minister, obviously, when the Mumbai blast took place. It was a very testing time for him, and it was not easy. And then also remember when the Nirbhaya issue came up in the national capital, and I remember his famous line when he said, "I'm a father of 3 daughters. I know what women's safety and respect for women is all about." But to talk about domestic politics, what do you think are the messages, or rather the hallmarks, that he leaves behind?
Yes, you're absolutely right. In UPA 1 and more so in UPA 2, Dr. Manmohan Singh has faced a lot of attacks. The media has asked tough questions. Politically, he has faced a lot of attacks. 2611 is a sad legacy of the UPA era, which cannot be forgotten. It was a massive failure for our intelligence. It was a massive failure for our security establishment. We lost so many lives, and it exposed to the world the soft underbelly that India's security establishment had. Shivraj Patil was the Home Minister then. Subsequently, P. Chidambaram was brought in by Dr. Manmohan Singh as his next Home Minister. Lot of changes were brought in with the NSG hubs getting created, NATGRID getting shaped up, NIA as the National Investigation Agency for terror cases was framed. But the 2611 blot is something that lives on. Then came the attack because of corruption charges. 2G is a case in which 2G, CWG scam, the coal scam. Yes, eventually in 2G, the lower court did not find enough evidence. And even the CAG report, that famous number of 1.76 lakh crore, those numbers have now been labelled as political numbers, something which does not have legal proof to back it with. But at that point, when these headlines were making it to the front pages of newspapers, where all prime time debates were talking about the corrupt era of UPA, Dr. Manmohan Singh was in a very, very tight spot. And that's when he famously said at that National Media Centre press conference that history will be kinder to me than you are. His reference was to his political adversaries and to the media as well. But today, when we are bidding him goodbye, I think most people are also remembering the legacy that he left behind of liberalizing India, of making India economically what we are today. As the Prime Minister of this day and age, Narendra Modi is talking about making India the 3rd largest economy, the top 5 economy, the bedrock of which was laid by Dr. Manmohan Singh and PV Narasimha Rao. That is something I think India remembers.
Okay, and a quick update coming in is, or Payal has also been giving this information, the Vice President too will reach the residence of Dr. Manmohan Singh to pay his tributes to him at around 10:45 a.m. Arunima, from where you are, can you explain to us, has the Home Minister reached inside? Any possibility of us getting a glimpse of the Home Minister interacting and offering his condolences to the family?
So let me ask Narendra to just show you around. It's raining and it's quite messy, but this entire road has now been sanitized. This is a key road if you're coming in from South Delhi towards the India Gate Circle. Then this Motilal Nehru Janpath intersection is quite crucial, but this entire route has now been sanitized. All you will see are policemen wearing their raincoats and guarding this entire road. Narendra, if you can just show across the road that white gate, which is the main gate for Dr. Manmohan Singh's residence. The convoy that we just saw 5 minutes ago, 2 vehicles from that convoy went in. Whether we will ultimately get visuals of the Home Minister paying tribute to Dr. Manmohan Singh will depend, because the normal cameras are obviously not being allowed inside, but the official photographers are in. So there is a possibility that you will see the official pictures of the Home Minister paying his tribute to Dr. Manmohan Singh get posted on social media. And also, Prime Minister is expected next. The ASL has been carried out, which is the security detail coming and checking whether the route has been completely sanitized or not. So that ASL process has been completed. Prime Minister perhaps around 10 o'clock, but or a couple of minutes past 10 is expected here, and it'll be quite a journey for Dr. Manmohan Singh, because like we have been discussing, politically NDA and UPA have been at loggerheads. But like Payal was also mentioning, Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, has said that, you know, Dr. Manmohan Singh, Pranab Mukherjee have their contribution to this country. Where we stand today, these stalwarts have made their own mark as well. So the Prime Minister coming here and paying his tribute to Dr. Manmohan Singh is an acknowledgement of that. Once again, to show you that main gate, I think they are all just waiting for the Prime Minister's arrival, and before that, the Home Minister's convoy to leave. And like you just also put out, the Vice President of India is also expected. Once the Home Minister leaves and the Prime Minister leaves, perhaps more dignitaries from the establishment would want to come and pay their respect. And then the mortal remains will move from here towards the AICC headquarters. Before that, at about 11 a.m., the cabinet will meet. So once the Prime Minister arrives here, pays his respect, I think he'll straight away move to that cabinet meeting. As I'm speaking to you, I can once again see activities here where the police has opened up the traffic a little bit. So I think the Home Minister's convoy is leaving from the other gate, and there is a couple of minutes before the Prime Minister's convoy makes its way here.
That's right. So the Prime Minister is expected to be there by 10 a.m. Is that what Payal has been reporting for us? 10:45 a.m. The Vice President of India is expected to pay his tribute. I'm standing at the AICC headquarters, and right behind me you can see the flag at half-mast. That's the state of mourning, not just in the Congress party, but also across the country as well. Arunima, when the Prime Minister comes there, pays his tribute, if you could just run us through the kind of rich tributes which was paid by Prime Minister Modi to his predecessor on the social media platform yesterday.
Like I said, you know, Prime Minister has been acknowledging the contribution of Dr. Manmohan Singh. The top leadership of the country has also offered its condolence to Mrs. Kaur, Dr. Manmohan Singh's wife, and the family members. You know, even in the new Parliament building, if you recall, Dr. Manmohan Singh till the last few sessions used to make that effort, wheelchair bound, but he used to make that effort to come to Rajya Sabha. Often we spotted his wheelchair parked in the last rows, and even there the Prime Minister did make an effort once in a while to reach out to him. So politics aside, that basic cordiality, that basic respect that you owe being the incumbent Prime Minister to a former Prime Minister, that was always evident there. An acknowledgement that Dr. Manmohan Singh, not just as the Prime Minister of the country, but also as the Finance Minister, has a lot to give to India's growth story. And as I'm speaking to you, once again, the sanitization process, Narendra, just show them. These are the security details just preparing for the Prime Minister, checking every nook and cranny to ensure that, this is a main road. These are Delhi police officials who are carrying specialized equipment to check every nook and cranny here and ensuring that before the Prime Minister's visit, there is nothing left to chance here. So I think all bandobast being done any moment now. You will hear the final pilot vehicle siren before the Prime Minister's convoy arrives. And once he comes here, he will acknowledge Dr. Manmohan Singh's
So we are going to stay with those pictures. We are going to stay with those pictures. I'm sorry, Arunima, we need to go into a break now, but Arunima is going to remain with us. She's just outside Dr. Manmohan Singh's residence. The Home Minister paid his tributes, and in a short while from now, the Prime Minister will also go to offer his condolences to the family and pay his Shraddhanjali to the former Prime Minister of India, Dr. Manmohan Singh.
And tragic news coming in. What we are learning from top Congress leaders, including Robert Vadra as well as Salman Khurshid, is that former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh is no more. He passed away at the age of 92. He breathed his last at AIIMS in the national capital. Now what we are learning is that senior Congress leaders are rushing back to the national capital. Remember, they had their centenary celebrations in Belgavi, and top Congress leaders are rushing back to the national capitals. As per Salman Khurshid as well as Robert Vadra, former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, the man who helmed the two UPA regimes, is no more. He was admitted in the ICU in AIIMS after complaining of breathlessness. And now, as per Salman Khurshid as well as Robert Vadra, he has breathed his last and is no more at the age of 92. What we are also learning is that Union Health Minister JP Nadda is currently at AIIMS. Also, Wayanad MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is also at AIIMS. And also what we are learning is that Sonia Gandhi as well as Rahul Gandhi are rushing to AIIMS in the wake of this tragic news that's coming in from the national capital, where former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh is no more. I'm joined by my colleague Pallavi Ghosh on the broadcast. So Pallavi, sad news coming in. Salman Khurshid and Robert Vadra both have put out the information that Manmohan Singh has breathed his last at AIIMS in the national capital, and a tall figure of the UPA era of Indian politics now no more.
And the writer over here is that we are still waiting for the official word to come in, both from the party as well as from AIIMS. What we are being told is AIIMS is likely to issue a medical bulletin anytime now. We'll have to wait to see what are the developments in that. But yes, certainly the indications don't sound very good. The Congress has almost cancelled the rally, which was to be held in Belgavi tomorrow as a part of the CWC meeting. Rahul Gandhi, who was very much there, is also rushing back. That has been confirmed by his office. But apart from that, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Robert Vadra, all the Delhi Congress leaders who are here are all rushing to AIIMS. The family is also, of course, there. He was admitted earlier today. What we were told by his office was acute breathlessness in a very serious condition. All doctors looking upon him, and he was admitted to ICU. At 92, he has been very frail. He has not been keeping very good health. He had actually stepped away from public political life in 2024 when his term had ended in Rajya Sabha. He walked away into sunset. I remember the last pictures we saw of him was in 2022 inside Rajya Sabha itself when he had come to cast his vote for a presidential elections. You're absolutely right. While we await that official word to come in, it's been a long legacy that he has left behind. And if I can use the words which he said to us once at a press conference, that history is going to remember me kindly. There has been a lot of political controversies which has dogged his 10 years in power, especially in the last 2 to 3 years of UPA 2. But his contribution to the economy, his idea of liberalization, opening up the Indian economy, that is his biggest contribution as far as India's economic story is concerned. And in fact, the present Prime Minister would always admit that whatever rancor we may have displayed during the 2014 Lok Sabha elections, the fact is that his contribution to India's growth story has never been forgotten. Each time the Prime Minister went to take oath of office, he would always take a tour to Dr. Manmohan Singh's official residence on Motilal Nehru Marg and greet him and take his blessings. That's the kind of bonhomie we saw between the two of them. But talking about Dr. Manmohan Singh, the economist, but also the reluctant politician, his political term
Hello and welcome, and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Griha Atul. India has woken up to a somber morning as the former Prime Minister of the country, Dr. Manmohan Singh, is no more. We have our colleagues Pallavi Ghosh and Arunima who are with us all through this broadcast as they take us through the final journey of the former Prime Minister of the country. The architect of India's economic liberalization, Dr. Manmohan Singh, has passed away. Even as tributes continue to pour in, let's take you through the career of India's accidental Prime Minister.
Dr. Manmohan Singh was the most unlikely Prime Minister. He was more an accidental one. When Sonia Gandhi refused to take the job in 2004, it was the mild-mannered, soft-spoken economist who was a choice.
I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India.
While it did cause much heartburn in the Congress, Sonia Gandhi was convinced that Dr. Singh was the right man for the job. Dr. Manmohan Singh had been the governor of the RBI, deputy chairman of the Planning Commission, secretary in the Finance Ministry. While his resume was impressive, many in the Congress felt he was not equipped to head a coalition government. Sonia Gandhi was aware of this, which is why she staunchly backed Dr. Singh during his tenure, even reprimanding her party colleagues when they contradicted him publicly. She did not even spare her own son, Rahul Gandhi.
Those are visuals of the Prime Minister's convoy reaching the house of late Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh. The convoy has arrived. The current incumbent Narendra Modi is here at Dr. Manmohan Singh's residence to pay his last tribute and acknowledge, the contribution that the former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh has had. You can see the convoy, the visuals on your screen. The convoy of Prime Minister Narendra Modi just moving inside the residence of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Any moment now, we will put out for you live visuals because there are some camera units which have also gone inside. So any moment you will get those live visuals of Dr. Manmohan Singh's remains getting their tribute from Narendra Modi. He's also offering his condolence to Mrs. Kaur, the wife, the widow of former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh. And I'm just showing to you visuals of Narendra Modi's convoy. The Prime Minister of India has arrived at the former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh's residence. He's already put out his homage on social media in a post on social media X platform. He has paid his last respect, and now he has come here in person to offer his tribute, to offer his Shraddhanjali to the mortal remains of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Tell Dr. Manmohan Singh's family that the country is with them in these very, very challenging moments. The Union government has already decided to give Dr. Manmohan Singh a state funeral, and that state funeral's detail you'll also get to hear any moment now. The cabinet is expected to meet at 11 a.m. So when the Prime Minister leaves from here, from Dr. Manmohan Singh's residence, in just a short while from now, I'm still showing you the visuals behind me. This is the entrance gate of Dr. Manmohan Singh's residence, and the Prime Minister's convoy vehicles are waiting outside. His personal vehicle has already gone in. Before his arrival, Union Home Minister Amit Shah was here. So the top leadership of the country, keeping aside all the political acrimony that UPA and NDA might have had, they've decided that this man, the mortal remains of Dr. Manmohan Singh, must be given the due funeral, the state funeral that will happen most likely tomorrow. But today Prime Minister has gone inside to give his Shraddhanjali, to meet Mrs. Kaur, meet the family members of Dr. Manmohan Singh, and offer them whatever is required in these challenging times. Once the Prime Minister leaves, the mortal remains will be taken to the AICC headquarters, where it will be open up for darshan. The Congress members, the general public, if they want to pay their respect, they will have the entire day today to come and do so. And then tomorrow will be the state funeral where a proper carriage will take the mortal remains most likely to Rajghat. It will get the salute of the three services. The tri-services will offer their salute, and finally Dr. Manmohan Singh's mortal remains will be cremated at Rajghat. But before that, once again to show you those pictures from the residence of former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, those vehicles waiting outside his residence are part of the Prime Minister's convoy. The car carrying him has just gone inside, and we're just counting down to getting those visuals from inside as he pays his last
in fact, we are now putting out those visuals from inside the residence of Dr. Manmohan Singh. We have the Prime Minister along with the Union Home Minister and Mr. JP Nadda now paying their last respects to the former Prime Minister. All of them together in attendance, meeting with the family members of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Very, very somber moment there with, and like you rightly mentioned, all the acrimony between the UPA and NDA has been set aside. Today is a day when all of them are getting together to pay their respects to one of the country's longest serving prime ministers. There you can see the visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting with Mrs. Kaur and the other family members of Dr. Manmohan Singh. We also had the Union Home Minister, Mr. JP Nadda, and I beg your pardon, Mr. Amit Shah, and also the BJP chief JP Nadda. He in fact was there along with the Prime Minister. And there you can see the visuals of Amit Shah along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting with the family members of Dr. Manmohan Singh and paying their homage to him. Remember, one of the longest serving prime ministers of the country that the nation has seen. He was 92. He passed away at AIIMS last night, and he served the country between 2004 to 2014, right before Prime Minister Narendra Modi in fact became the country's Prime Minister. Arunima and my colleague Pallavi continue to be with us on the broadcast. In fact, before we go to my colleagues, let me take this across to Mr. Praful Patel, who is joining us on the broadcast this morning. Mr. Patel, thank you so much. A sad day today, and we have the Prime Minister now bidding adieu to one of his colleagues, and he took over the mantle from him, from Dr. Manmohan Singh.
It is really a sad day, and Dr. Manmohan Singh's legacy will be remembered for generations to come. It's a redefining of the Indian economy, the way we thought about liberalization, privatization, which was a no-no till he came on the scene. And his humility, his quiet way of working, but very firm way of working. I've worked as a minister for 10 years under him, and I knew that, once you present something to him, explain it to him, and he's convinced, then his support was fullest, and he also would monitor all the, progress and the schemes which were given to him, shown to him. And I think not only was he a strong leader, people always thought that he's, somebody who can be, pressured into something. I don't think that was the case. One of the key examples would be the Indo-US nuclear deal. You remember 64 MPs of the left parties were supporting the government from outside. And many advised him that, pushing this through will lead to a collapse of the government. But he was convinced that this was a redefining moment for India-US relations, also for India's progress into the new economy. And I think he stood by his conviction, and now all that is history. It's been, a very big success. And I think he will be definitely remembered for generations to come, and India should be really grateful that the right man came at the right moment in the history of India.
Right, Mr. Patel, just take us through more anecdotes about the former Prime Minister. We do know how notoriously camera shy he had been all his life, even though he served as one of the country's longest serving Prime Ministers. Also about his house, the kind of books that, the vast library that he kept. Anything about that, sir?
I think one thing was certain, that he lived a life of simplicity. And Dr. Manmohan Singh never compromised on ethics and morality. But having said that, obviously he was a person who was very humane, and of course because of his economic background, he really had a lot of books in his library. I had the good fortune of visiting his private quarters on a couple of occasions, and you could see, the person in all his simplicity. You see a Prime Minister in public and you see him living a very simple, normal, middle-class life in his own private quarters. And besides that, I think, he had a very emotional, feeling that I must do something for my country to be able to transform this country. And I think he had a lot of conviction. It's great to see in a democracy as big as India, a person with otherwise a very little political background, reaching the highest office and being there for 10 years.
Right.
So this also shows the strength of our country, our endeavor to be, one nation in spite of all the diversity. I think it is purely on the strength of our constitution to be able to make Dr. Manmohan Singh, people like him, the Prime Minister, and to, make it an all-inclusive nation. See, he was, with no political background. And, but I must say, in private, he had a good sense of humor. He never, outside he would look very calm and very, non-emotional. But if you see his lighter side, you could joke with him and he would laugh, and he would also tell you some anecdotes of his past. And so these are the human side of him was also very, very, something touching the other person, that, somebody as big as him, as a Prime Minister.
And Mr. Patel, it's actually very, very commendable, that and you speak about his sense of humor. We have seen the kind of poetic, jugalbandis that he's had with the then leader of opposition, Ms. Sushma Swaraj, inside the parliament. And that is what the euphoria was all about, even in the disagreement, so to speak, between the UPA and NDA back then.
No, he had a sense of, not only humor, but he was quick in his response to barbs aimed at him. He would be completely at ease, dealing with a strong opposition. Remember, those were the days when Sushma Swaraj and a lot of stalwarts from the BJP was on the other side in Lok Sabha, Arun Jaitley on the Rajya Sabha side. And with all that, he could face the opposition because on the strength of his own integrity, his humility, and his, in a way, accepting if at all some opposition is there, he would not react, in a very light way. He would take it very seriously. Yes, if there's an opposition, if they have a point of view, one must accept it.
Right.
So I think in many ways, Vajpayee ji was, of course, his not only literary side, but his command over, the language and the way he could speak and extempore. There was a little difference between him and Dr. Manmohan Singh in that sense, but net, the way he could handle Parliament, I think it was commendable. And many a tough situation, he could face because of his own, I would say, the sense of integrity and the humility which he, showed in Parliament.
Absolutely. Mr. Praful Patel, thank you so much for joining us early this morning and sharing in your views about the former Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh. And with that, let me take this back to my colleagues who continue to be with us. Pallavi, coming to you now, considering you are at the Congress headquarters, the mood there is going to be rather numb. The entire party has lost one of its principal leaders, someone who showed the party their way for more than 10 years. We're not just talking about the time and tenure where he served as the country's Prime Minister, but more.
Yes, I mean, everyone calls him an accidental or a reluctant Prime Minister, politician. But, within the Congress party, it took some time for the Congress leaders to accept and also see the fact that, this man did have a mind of its own. Just because he was primarily an economist does not mean that he did not understand the politics of it all. There are multiple instances and anecdotes, Griha, which we have been picking up since yesterday, with all of those who were a part of his union cabinet. And they all came to see that how he was also a very astute politician. He knew how much to bend, how much to listen, and also how much he should stand his ground. For example, when it was the Indo-US nuclear deal of 2008, obviously the left parties had decided to start walking out. But it was he, along with Sonia Gandhi and of course Rahul Gandhi also by his side, who made it a point to start reaching out to others like the Samajwadi Party, with whom he did not share a very personal interaction. But he understood that there are ways you can win them over, and there's a give and take in politics, and that is something which he managed. The first real test for coalition politics really began with UPA 1 and UPA 2. They were unlikely parties who were joining in. TMC, which had walked out of the Congress party and carved out of the Congress party, became one of the allies. The DMK, with whom the Congress party had a very acrimonious relationship because of the Rajiv Gandhi assassination issue, became a part of the UPA. These are the important factors, and to the credit of Dr. Manmohan Singh, it worked to his credit that he was able to ensure.
Right, Pallavi, I'm really sorry to interrupt you. We have Robert Vadra on the phone line now, who's joining us. Mr. Vadra, thank you so much for joining us at CNN News 18. We, of course, remembering one of the country's former Prime Ministers, Dr. Manmohan Singh. What are the memories that you take back of him?
I am deeply saddened because I met Dr. Manmohan Singh many a time. I felt he was really humble. He was so grounded. It was so easy to talk to him about everything. I knew that he was very well educated, for sure, with his vision for economically to take India ahead, financial matters. Even when we had the recession in 2008, I think he's very, very strong in his vision, and he evolved, helped India evolve from a recession, worldwide recession. And I feel that basically that, with him, you could speak about everything, and there was no optics. It was real. It was not like, sensational and all of that. It was really real, and it really helped India grow economically, and I deeply feel sorry for his family, and my condolences for him and his family.
Right. Mr. Vadra, we were in fact talking, and we speak very fondly of Dr. Manmohan Singh, and I was just speaking to Mr. Praful Patel on how, reluctant he was to come in front of the media, to come on camera, considering he has been serving as the country's Prime Minister between 2004 to 2014. That makes him one of the longest serving Prime Ministers, along with, of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi currently. But it was really, really unusual that he was so camera shy.
That was his demeanor. That's the way he was. He really felt like wanting to bring the country ahead. He thought about the country the whole time. It was not about him. It was not about any kind of optics. He didn't want any kind of, fanfare or, the way he was a very simple person. He wanted to create a legacy. I mean, from his education of, in all financial matters, all economic matters for the country. And he wanted, for all parties to come together. And he surely had respect for Prime Minister and for, I think, all political parties above party lines. And he looked at just progressing and making sure that India progressed well. And I don't think that we had religious politics happening and many other things that we see now. But as I said, I thought I spent time with him. He did see that I had to deal with a lot of issues, and he always told me also, keep away from all the limelight and just focus on your work. And he gave some very good advice to me as well. So I will miss him, and definitely I had some very special moments.
Mr. Vadra, thank you so much for joining us and sharing in your views and thoughts and memories of Dr. Manmohan Singh. We also have Mr. Raja Gopalan, senior journalist, who's joining us on the broadcast now. Mr. Gopalan, you have covered the Dr. Manmohan Singh era immensely. What do you take back of the leader?
Dr. Manmohan Singh is a silent Singham, I would like to say in one nutshell, because he was the father of the economic reforms. He is gentle but ready to take risk on vital national issues. Apart from that, madam, his landmarks of right to information, Manrega, right to education initiatives came under his watch. Apart from that, in nutshell, I would like to say, when Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee had a long meeting with Mr. Dr. Manmohan Singh, when he called on him on the June of 2004, the moment it was over, myself and few senior journalists were present in the central hall. Atal Bihari Vajpayee's sane advice to Dr. Manmohan Singh was, which Dr. Manmohan Singh listened, was very, very important, which I would like to share with News 18 viewers, that Atal Bihari Vajpayee suggested to Dr. Manmohan Singh, when you form the Cabinet Committee on Security, Dr. Singh, be careful. Don't bring allies into the CCS, Cabinet Committee on Security. That's a very, very interesting aspect, because I asked Dr. Manmohan Singh and Atal Bihari Vajpayee in the Central Hall, in front of a lot of journalists, those who are still present, Neerja Chaudhary and others. Vajpayee said, मैंने तो बारी गलती कर दिया, जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस रख के चहल का काम कर दिया, ऐसे कांग्रेस नहीं करना चाहिए. Though they were all at loggerheads in public and in private, they are good. That's what I want to describe. Every politician, for today's example, see, the party headed by JP Nadda, BJP, and the government headed by to pay respects to Dr. Manmohan Singh, Narendra Modi and Amit Shah. See the way in which Indian polity is that. And that type of thing is now missing, madam. In Parliament, I covered Parliament for 40 years. This type of Barney Home moments will not come. In Parliament, whenever this acrimonious scene comes, some senior leader come and pacifies the other side.
Yes.
That is now missing. Very, very bad state of affairs, because Congress takes a rough stand. Even for Kiran Rijiju, when he wants to call on the leader of opposition, he diverts him to K.C. Venugopal or Gaurav Gogoi. That thing should start to work up, otherwise democracy will not survive. Second thing, very important aspect is, when he was Minister for Finance, I know that Dr. Manmohan Singh asked the protocol officer, where is my air ticket? Sir, hum log to check-in kar diya hai, aap ja sakte hain. That type of simplicity he had. Because he never thought that finance minister will carry ticket and check in and the biometric, this type of things, that was not there those days. Second thing, he was the first prime minister after demitting office, went in a taxi to his house. So such type of personalities we will miss. At the same time, he was little critical on many issues. Dr. Manmohan Singh should have been elevated as President of India, because recently Mani Shankar Iyer said it, and that was also confirmed to me by Dr. Pranab Mukherjee, that Pranab Mukherjee was to be the Prime Minister and Dr. Manmohan Singh was to be elevated as President of India in 2012. That did not happen. That is why Congress lost in 2014. So these are certain correction measures. Apart from that, madam, I tell you, Dr. Manmohan Singh was a tall leader, and the BJP government is paying its respects in. Today, the gold has come back, which he pledged in 1991. Do you remember that the Reserve Bank of India in 2024, we got all that 1,200 million, whatever that quantity is. So therefore, it is best tribute by Dr. Manmohan Singh by Narendra Modi and the government. Yesterday night, the telex went to all the state governments to have the national flag fly hard mast.
Yes.
So such type of memories we will miss now in Indian polity.
Absolutely.
Dr. Manmohan Singh is a very
And Mr. Rajgopalan, he will always be known as the architect of India's liberalization, and he in fact told the world that India is not fearing foreign investment, in fact welcoming it, and that is also a very, very valuable contribution that Dr. Manmohan Singh has had for the country.
Even for that presence, 100% FDI in insurance sector he was dreaming at, even in 1991. See, 25-30 years ago, Dr. Manmohan Singh was a visionary. We must open up because Indian economy is now struggling, high time. But at that time, due to communist pressure, that was not there. But today, Manmohan Singh's dreams were fulfilled by Narendra Modi government of opening insurance sector too. Similarly, FDI in defense sectors. 69%, 70%. These are all tall dreams of Dr. Manmohan Singh. I would like to connect one important thing, madam.
Sure.
C. Rajagopalachari, the founder of Swatantra Party, was removal of permit license Raj that Dr. Manmohan Singh fully implemented with the backup of P.V. Narasimha Rao. And now Narendra Modi government has opened up the economy. So therefore, these three stalwarts, Rajaji, Manmohan Singh, P.V. Narasimha Rao, Narendra Modi, we have to give a line of control for this. Therefore, we pay our rawest respects to the departed soul.
Right, Mr. Rajgopalan, I'd request you to stay on with us. We have some reactions, some tributes pouring in for the former Prime Minister of the country. Let's take a look.
मनमोहन सिंह जी की बात करें, उनके यादों की बात करें, आपसे जो जुड़ाव की बात करें, कैसे याद करते हैं सर?
देखिए, कुछ मैं ये नहीं कहूंगा कि बहुत करीबी से जानते थे, लेकिन उनसे मेरे बचपन से रिश्ते करीबी रहे। मेरे पिताजी जब आईएएस में थे, कॉमर्स मिनिस्ट्री थे दिल्ली में, तो उनके साथ काम करते थे। वो भारत की ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट्स को लीड करते थे। उसमें कई बार उनके साथ विदेश गए। मुझे अभी भी याद है, पहली बार मैंने अर्जेंटीना देश का नाम सुना था जब ये लोग सब साथ में वहां गए थे और वहां कुछ देशों का दौरा किया था। उसके बाद स्वाभाविक है कि इनकी बात सुनते रहे, लेकिन जब 91 में 91 में जिन्होंने आर्थिक सुधार की बात की, तब तो एक सबके सामने वो निकल कर आए। फिर 10 साल जो प्रधानमंत्री रहे, तब एक मिलना मिलाना हुआ। और ये जो हम लोग नए सांसद आए थे, हम लोगों के प्रति एक विशेष स्नेह रखते थे, कई बार बुला लेते थे। एक बार मुझे याद है, हम कई लोगों को अलग अलग बुलाया कि भाई देखो, हम लोग नई सरकार में आए हैं, हमारे पास 5 साल का समय है, आपके हिसाब से हमें क्या करना चाहिए युवाओं के लिए, कृषि के लिए। क्योंकि मैं मध्य प्रदेश में स्वयंसेवी संस्थाओं में काम करता था, गांव में, तो मुझसे पूछने लगे रूरल डेवलपमेंट में क्या करना चाहिए, एग्रीकल्चर में क्या करना चाहिए। तो ये एक व्यक्ति था जो इतना समझ लीजिए स्वयं ज्ञानी हो, अनुभवी हो, लेकिन वो भी सबसे कहता है कि अपने आइडियाज दो, नीति बनाओ। और एक जो मुझे सेंटेंस इनका हमेशा याद आता है, बात करते करते उन्होंने ऐसे मुझसे कहा कि संदीप, आप लोग राजनीति तो करो पर कभी नीति मत भूलना। आई थिंक बहुत बड़ी सीख थी उनसे हम लोगों को।
हाँ सर, अब उनका जो लास्ट रिचुअल्स है उसको लेकर के क्या कुछ कार्यक्रम है, क्या कुछ तैयारियां हैं?
ये तो शायद अभी बताएंगे, लेकिन मैं जब गया था वहां तो उन्होंने बताया था कि अभी उनकी बेटी है, वो यूएस में है, वो आ रही हैं, शायद शाम तक या लेट नाइट वो पहुंचेंगे। उस कारण से आज तो अंतिम राइट्स नहीं हो पाएंगे, कल ही शायद होंगे आज। लेकिन वो ये करेंगे, अभी इंतजाम चल रहा है उनके घर पे अंदर, बरसात के कारण कुछ देरी हो गई है, कुछ देर में जरूर खोलेंगे जब हम लोग सब जाकर उनके दर्शन कर पाएंगे।
Painful situation. Manmohan Singh ji is real icon of the Congress party and the country. Basically, a post-independent hero. Manmohan Singh ji's vision and his ability to govern the country, everybody witnessed. All the programs of the Congress party has been cancelled for 7 days. Nothing is, including our foundation day celebration on 28th.
Let me take this across to Mr. Sunil Alag, who's joining us. He's the director of SK Advisors. He's a market strategist and managing director of SK Advisors. He's joining us early this morning. Mr. Alag, your memories of Dr. Manmohan Singh, if you have to just lay them down, what do you remember of the former Prime Minister of the country, sir?
See, my grandfather and father knew him because he was in erstwhile Pakistan in a place called Chakwal, which is the same area. And my brother also, who died 6 months ago, Dr. Y.K. Alag, he also knew him because of Pakistan. But I'm just saying that, look, he was a great person because he brought in the entire liberal economy when he was finance minister. And all I remember of him is that, look, he was extremely honest. He was one of those people that one believed in honesty, because right till the end, he didn't make a single rupee. But the question that I always remember is that, look, he needed someone on top, like Narasimha Rao, who was the guy behind him when he did that, because the Prime Minister said no, then he wouldn't do it. So at that time, Narasimha Rao was the main Prime Minister who I say liberalization when he took it forward. It was the economist when he was finance minister that made it possible. But without Narasimha Rao, it would not have happened. That's what I feel.
Right, and we also have Mr. Rajgopalan. Mr. Rajgopalan, you were talking about the simplicity of the man, and we have to also here on CNN News 18 tell you that, you know, when that entire nuclear deal was passed, we in fact decided to go all guns blazing. We played that entire song, Singh is King, and we had his office ring us that we do not need such a loud euphoria. That's how simple the man was.
Very, very simple. And, you know, very interestingly, madam, I tell you, he was offered to resign if this is not going through, or that 1, 2, 3 US agreement. Second very important thing, the Daman Singh, the daughter of Dr. Manmohan Singh, in her handwritten book, said that her daddy was to join medical profession, but he incidentally gone into the economic side. Otherwise, he would have been the best doctor in the world. That is what she claimed in her book. Second thing, most important aspects of all the things are, Dr. Manmohan Singh reforms have a launch pad for sustained high growth over the last 30 years. But for his initiative of gold, you know, this pledging in IMF, this was the best idea. Second, under the Charan Singh's government, when I was still a reporter at the Indian Express, he told me that, you know, South-South cooperation, eminent persons group, Dr. Manmohan Singh was selected by the United States of, you know, the General Assembly General Secretary, that he picked up Dr. Manmohan Singh from India. Such was his high educational qualification. And finally, in his own words, the last word was that history will be kinder to him, not harsh opposition Singh. So that is the best tribute to himself. He paid tribute to himself. He was a man of many, many shades, surprisingly different parts, a brilliant student of economics. My understanding is he's an unconventional politician, a quiet technocrat, and an outspoken champion of things that he believed in. I would like to pay my respects to Dr. Manmohan Singh. He BBRIP.
Right, Mr. Rajgopalan and Mr. Alag, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts about the country's former Prime Minister. We are, in fact, taking a very short break as tributes continue to pour in for Dr. Manmohan Singh. We'll come right back. Welcome back. Former Prime Minister and veteran Congress leader Dr. Manmohan Singh has passed away last night at the age of 92 at New Delhi's AIIMS Hospital. Manmohan Singh, who served as India's Prime Minister from 2004 to 2014, had been undergoing treatment for age-related medical conditions. He'd lost consciousness suddenly at his house. He passed away at AIIMS last night. His mortal remains have been taken to his official residence from the hospital. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, along with BJP Chief JP Nadda, visited Dr. Manmohan Singh's residence and paid tribute to him a short while back. Rahul Gandhi and Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge also visited Manmohan Singh's house late last night, and his funeral is now scheduled to take place tomorrow. In a heartfelt message, Prime Minister Narendra Modi mourned the loss of one of India's most distinguished leaders. Prime Minister Narendra Modi praised Dr. Manmohan Singh for his tireless efforts to improve people's lives and his significant contributions as the finance minister, where he shaped India's economic policies. A 7-day national mourning period has now been declared with the government holiday today to honor Dr. Singh's contribution and legacy. Top government sources have also told CNN News 18 that a cabinet meet will be held at around 11 a.m. in this very matter today, and Dr. Manmohan Singh's last rites will be conducted with full state honours. My colleagues Pallavi Ghosh and Arunima are with us on the broadcast from early this morning. In fact, Pallavi and Arunima have been reporting about this entire loss of Dr. Manmohan Singh since since last night, late last night, when the news really came in. Pallavi, coming to you first, through the course of the people who have been joining us on CNN News 18, everybody has been in unison talking about the simplicity of the man, and that is something that everybody will take back. The fact that he served as the country's Prime Minister for 10 long years, and we'd seen how camera shy he was. The fact that, and I was just, talking about this anecdote from here, and you have been CNN News 18 veterans, you would be able to throw light on that. When that entire nuclear deal was passed, I believe we played that song Singh is King, and we had his office call us here on CNN News 18 to in fact cut down on the euphoria. He did not want that loud cheer for himself and the deal that was cracked under his tenure.
Yes, Griha, absolutely. And in fact, I would say a little correction that, he was camera shy definitely in the first 5 years of his term. But, towards the end of it, I think he became very comfortable with journalists swarming him and also cameras. I still remember the first time I met him. He was just a member of parliament, and this was just before the 2004 elections, and we had all been invited for lunch to Sonia Gandhi's residence, which is just right next to where I am. And there were lots of round tables, Griha, and every leader was assigned one table. And there was this person who was sitting next to us, which most of us did not even notice at that point of time. It turned out to be Dr. Manmohan Singh, and who would have thought that destiny would take that twist and he would actually be the Prime Minister. And all of us regretted the fact that we hadn't spoken to him more. I mean, who was to know that he's going to emerge as the next Prime Minister in 2004 for 10 years. He was camera shy, but he was also very, very clear once he started opening up that, we got those insights into his mind, and there were certain issues which were very, very clear to him, which he wanted to stand his ground on. But he also knew where to be flexible. I remember in 2009, when the Congress came back to power, he was not too keen because of the backdrop of controversies that, some of the ministers from the DMK should become the ministers again in his cabinet, names of T.R. Balu and A. Raja, he was a little reluctant about. But at that point of time, the DMK flexed its muscles, said that we only give you outside support. He realized that this is what coalition dharma is all about. You have to bend a bit. So he did. But at the same time, he conveyed the message to DMK that I listen to your people and get them on board, but at the end of the day, they'll have to work according to the kind of government I want to run. This is just one small insight. Indo-US nuclear deal, all of us know. He said it very publicly, so be it, when he was told that his government could fall. And it took him a lot of time to convince his party colleagues, but both Sonia and Rahul Gandhi were absolutely convinced that this deal was important. And there was a lot at stake. I mean, here was a government which had the numbers, but it didn't have those allies. You had to reach out to Mulayam Singh Yadav. You had to reach out to many other people who perhaps didn't even understand what a nuclear deal was all about. But they ended up supporting, and of course, they extracted a pound of flesh. But that was his determination. And very quickly, before I come back to you, we are looking looking at that tribute from the Prime Minister Modi to Dr. Manmohan Singh, that one line is very telling. He says he's from a humble background. If I can draw a comparison between the two, this is the similarity. And I think this is also one of the main reasons why there can be an acrimony between the Prime Minister Modi and the Gandhis. But there was never this sense acrimony between him and Dr. Manmohan Singh, because both of them flaunted the fact also. I mean, and also were proud of the fact that they came in from a humble backdrop. I mean, Dr. Manmohan Singh came in from Gaon, which is a village in Pakistan now, 3 daughters. And he was very proud of the fact that I've got 3 daughters, all of them very well established and on their own. And it was never about the family. I mean, the only time we would see a member from his family was his wife, who accompanied him on foreign trips.
Absolutely, and that's an important aspect that we have to talk about, Pallavi. Thank you so much for this. We all know about how Dr. Manmohan Singh's family escaped the horrors of partition, how he grew up in relative poverty, and how it was sheer academic scholarship that enabled him to rise in life. We will keep coming back to our colleagues Pallavi and Arunima in just a bit. We're going into a very short break and coming right back.
Baba.
Welcome back to this continuing coverage as we pay tributes to the former Prime Minister and veteran Congress leader Dr. Manmohan Singh, who passed away last night at the age of 92 at Delhi's AIIMS. We all know about how Dr. Manmohan Singh has been the country's longest serving Prime Minister, along with others like the current Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And we are also putting out these visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, also Union Home Minister Amit Shah, along with BJP Chief JP Nadda, all of them together at Dr. Manmohan Singh's residence to pay their last respects to one of the senior Congress leaders and the country's former Prime Minister. We've seen how Prime Minister Narendra Modi has in fact put out a heartfelt condolence message for Dr. Manmohan Singh. He speaks about how it was a very, very tireless effort on part of Dr. Manmohan Singh that he did while he served as the country's Prime Minister and also as a finance minister to in fact improve people's lives, and also put out certain significant contributions like getting in foreign investment and signing that nuclear deal, all of that under his tenure. In fact, CNN News 18 Siddhant Mishra spoke to former Foreign Minister of Maldives, Abdullah Shahid, who expressed condolences to Dr. Manmohan Singh's family and credited Dr. Singh for felicitating first democratically elected government in Maldives. Let's take a look at that conversation.
We remember that Prime Minister Manmohan Singh visited Maldives, and perhaps he was invited by you to address the Parliament Majlis of Maldives. Talk to us a little bit about that visit of former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, and if you could share some more memories, the time you had spent with him during that visit.
Well, I very fondly recall the Prime Minister's visit to the Maldives to attend the SAARC summit held in Addu city. From Addu city, he arrived in Male for the state visit, and during that visit, the Parliament invited Prime Minister Manmohan Singh to address the Parliament. In fact, he made history because Prime Minister Manmohan Singh was the first head of state or head of government to address a Maldivian Parliament.
Okay.
Proper sitting. During the visit to the Parliament, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh took time to individually greet all the members.
Okay.
And the members were deeply humbled by his graciousness.
Okay. If you could please talk to us about the interaction that you had with him at that point in time. And this also goes to his credit that during his tenure in Nepal, Bhutan and Maldives, the democracy returned, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, we were privileged to host the Prime Minister, as it was the first democratically elected Parliament of the Maldives.
Okay.
And to have the Prime Minister of the largest democracy in the world present at the Parliament was the high point for us. As I said, the Prime Minister's address was historic. At the same time, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh demonstrated that, as always, India remains with Maldives, and the friendship between our two countries flourishes because of the excellent relationship between the people of the two countries.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shahid, for speaking to us. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
My deepest condolences once again to the Prime Minister's family, friends, and also to the government and the people of India.
And as the world pays tribute to the former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, let's take a look at some of the conversations that he's had with the media.
Narasimha Rao ji said, no, you go and get dressed up and come for the swearing-in ceremony. So that's how I became the finance minister. So people say I was accidental Prime Minister. I was also accidental Finance Minister.
Dr. Singh spearheaded India's path-breaking economic reforms in 1991 as Finance Minister in the Narasimha Rao government.
When I became Finance Minister, in the very first 9 months of that year, I reduced the fiscal deficit by 2% of GDP. It has never been done before, it has never been done afterward.
It was in 2004 that the spotlight was turned on him in a simple twist of fate.
Look at that statement Sonia Gandhi made in 2004, some calling it a political masterstroke when she declined the Prime Minister's post.
The nation chose Congress, the Congress chose Sonia. But Sonia shocked many by choosing a man who was least political and perhaps the most loyal to 10 Janpath.
Manmohan Singh was made the Prime Minister, and his stringent fiscal policies steered India safely through the 2008 financial crisis, beating the World Bank's forecast to clock in 6% growth. The usually soft-spoken technocrat took a strong stand on the historic Indo-US civil nuclear deal, despite fierce opposition from coalition partners. However, news of the ₹7,000 crore Satyam scam eclipsed his economic performance, and the then Gujarat Chief Minister Narendra Modi called him a weak Prime Minister.
The way that you have attacked Prime Minister Manmohan Singh as a weak man, you have actually criticized him for being away from the public for so many months, even though he went for a bypass.
नहीं, मैंने ऐसा नहीं कहा है, माफ कीजिए। मैंने ये कहा कि वे नहीं थे, देश ने महसूस नहीं किया वो नहीं है।
Dr. Singh defied expectations and was re-elected in 2009. He continued to pursue peaceful ties with Pakistan despite the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks in 2008.
I have always believed that the destinies of people of India and Pakistan are very closely linked, interlinked, that we have wasted a lot of time in the past in acrimonious debates. The time has come to write a new chapter in the history of our relationship.
Poverty rates dropped to an all-time low in 2012, but the celebrations were short-lived as several high-profile scams broke out in quick succession. 2G, CWG and coal allocation. Opposition leaders began to call him Manmohan Singh, a moniker using the Hindi word Mohan, meaning silent, for his perceived lack of action against corruption.
आज की सबसे बड़ी खबर यही है अखबारों में कि मनमोहन सिंह जी ने हिमाचल में जाकर के मौन तोड़ा.
As scam after scam came to light, the opposition's attack grew sharper.
हमारी मजबूरी ये है कि आप इस देश के साथ बेवफाई कर रहे हैं, इसलिए हम आपके प्रति वफादार नहीं रह सकते और मुल्क के साथ बेवफाई करने के लिए दूसरा शेर पढ़ रही हूँ आपको मुखातिब करके. तुम्हें वफा याद नहीं, हमें जफा याद नहीं. जिंदगी और मौत के दो ही तो तराने हैं, एक तुम्हें याद नहीं, एक हमें याद नहीं.
The ability of the government and its political leadership to handle this crisis itself has lost confidence not only in the country but is also losing the confidence of the investing community.
आप मुझे बताइए, क्या इतने बड़े देश को लूली लंगड़ी सरकार चलेगी? गूंगी बहरी सरकार चलेगी? रिमोट कंट्रोल से चलने वाली सरकार चलेगी?
The Congress lost the 2014 elections by a landslide margin. Although Dr. Singh is no longer in power, he continues to defy the Manmohan nickname through sharp attacks on economic issues.
It is a case of organized loot and legalized plunder of the government.
Fresh hardships on the people of India by hastily introducing the GST soon after demonetization. India has the potential to grow at a much faster rate, but all-round mismanagement by the Modi government has resulted in this slowdown.
Good morning. Welcome. You're watching CNN News 18. Former Prime Minister and veteran Congress leader Dr. Manmohan Singh has passed away. The, in fact, demise took place last night at AIIMS in New Delhi. He was 92 years old. Dr. Manmohan Singh, who served as India's Prime Minister from 2004 to 2014, had been undergoing treatment for age-related medical conditions. He had lost consciousness suddenly at his home and passed away in AIIMS last night. And as you can see there, dignitaries and the Home Minister Amit Shah also paying his tributes there. It's a solemn moment. It's a huge loss for the national country. His mortal remains have been taken to the official residence from the hospital. Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, has also paid a visit to the former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh's home last night. His funeral, in fact, is scheduled to take place tomorrow. In fact, in a heartfelt message, the Prime Minister, Dr. Narendra Modi mourned the loss of one of India's most distinguished leaders. In fact, the Prime Minister even praised Dr. Singh for his tireless efforts to improve people's lives and his significant contributions as the Finance Minister, where he shaped India's economic policies. A 7-day national mourning period has been declared with a government holiday today to honor Dr. Singh's legacy. And government sources have even informed CNN News 18 that a cabinet meeting, in fact, is going to be taking place anytime soon about this matter. Dr. Manmohan Singh's last rites will also be conducted, as I just mentioned, tomorrow with full state honours. Okay, let me go straight across now to my colleague Pallavi, who has tracked the journey of Dr. Manmohan Singh since the time he became the Prime Minister, that shock announcement that was made by Sonia Gandhi to appoint him. You know, Pallavi, I've been watching you since last night. I was listening to all the reactions, all the politicians. I remember, you know, when we were covering the UPA government, UPA 1 and UPA 2 since 2004, do you feel that the India-US civil nuclear deal was his crowning moment? You know, someone who had been criticized for being too gentle, for being too soft. But do you think that was a moment that Dr. Manmohan Singh asserted himself, or do you feel that
किया जा सकता है? उनका जीवन ये सीख भावी पीढ़ी को देता रहेगा। एक नेक इंसान के रूप में, एक विद्वान अर्थशास्त्री के रूप में और रिफॉर्म्स के प्रति समर्पित लीडर के रूप में उन्हें हमेशा याद किया जाएगा। एक अर्थशास्त्री के रूप में उन्होंने अलग अलग स्तर पर भारत सरकार में अनेक सेवाएं दी। एक चुनौतीपूर्ण समय में उन्होंने रिजर्व बैंक के गवर्नर की भूमिका निभाई। पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री, भारत रत्न श्री पीवी नरसिम्हा राव जी की सरकार के वित्त मंत्री रहते हुए उन्होंने वित्तीय संकट से घिरे देश को एक नई अर्थव्यवस्था के मार्ग पर प्रशस्त किया। प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में देश के विकास में और प्रगति में उनके योगदान को हमेशा याद किया जाएगा। जनता के प्रति, देश के विकास के प्रति उनका जो कमिटमेंट था, उसे हमेशा बहुत सम्मान से देखा जाएगा। डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी का जीवन उनकी ईमानदारी और सादगी का प्रतिबिंब था। वो विलक्षण सांसद थे। उनकी विनम्रता, सौम्यता और उनकी बौद्धिकता उनके संसदीय जीवन की पहचान बनी। मुझे याद है कि इस साल की शुरुआत में जब राज्यसभा में उनका कार्यकाल समाप्त हुआ, तब मैंने कहा था कि सांसद के रूप में डॉक्टर साहब की निष्ठा सभी के लिए प्रेरणा जैसी है। सत्र के समय अहम मौकों पर वो व्हीलचेयर पर बैठकर आते थे, अपना संसदीय दायित्व निभाते थे। दुनिया के प्रतिष्ठित संस्थानों की शिक्षा लेने और सरकार के अनेक शीर्ष पदों पर रहने के बाद भी वो अपनी सामान्य पृष्ठभूमि के मूल्यों को कभी भी नहीं भूले। दलगत राजनीति से ऊपर उठकर उन्होंने हमेशा हर दल के व्यक्ति से संपर्क रखा, सबके लिए सहज उपलब्ध रहे। जब मैं मुख्यमंत्री था, तब डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी के साथ राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय अनेक विषयों पर उनसे खुले मन से चर्चाएं होती थी। यहां दिल्ली आने के बाद भी मेरी उनसे समय समय पर बात होती थी, मुलाकात होती थी। मुझे उनसे हुई मुलाकातें देश को लेकर हुई चर्चाएं हमेशा याद रहेगी। अभी जब उनका जन्मदिन था तब भी मैंने उनसे बात की थी। आज इस कठिन घड़ी में मैं उनके परिवार के प्रति अपनी संवेदनाएं व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी को सभी देशवासियों की तरफ से श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं।
His condolences. In fact, it's a very interesting point that he made. He was recalling that time when Dr. Manmohan Singh had made his presence in Rajya Sabha. In fact, that sight of Dr. Manmohan Singh, the former Prime Minister, actually coming in the wheelchair in Rajya Sabha was something that struck everyone in Rajya Sabha, earning him praise from Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well. Pallavi, coming to you now, do you think that the Indo-US nuclear deal was the defining moment in Dr. Manmohan Singh's life, or do you think, him actually just successfully guiding the turbulent coalition for 10 long years, especially in UPA 2 when it was hit by policy paralysis?
Yeah, and just very quickly on that wheelchair point, 2022, I think, is the last time we saw him. And when he cast his vote on a wheelchair, he insisted on coming, despite the fact that he was unwell, because that's when the presidential elections were taking place. And after that, once more, he came on a wheelchair, very unwell, again, when there was a debate, I think, on the new constitution building. So just very quickly on that. He's always going to be remembered for a large number of things. The Indo-US nuclear deal was not an easy call. I still remember that the party had multiple core group meetings. Every Friday there would be a core group meeting in which Sonia Gandhi, the Prime Minister, and RCR as it was called there, Mr. Chidambaram, and all of them were there. Barring Manmohan Singh, everyone else, and Sonia Gandhi was very quietly listening, everyone else insisted that, what's the big deal about this deal? I mean, do we really need to have it at the cost of a government? And that is when Dr. Manmohan Singh spoke at length, and many who were sitting there and told me later that we were like astonished. He rattled off the figures and statistics on how we need to look ahead. It ends India's nuclear isolation. It will serve our energy needs. And he talked about the fact that you're sitting in the national capital. Think about the people living in small villages and remote areas. Sonia Gandhi was instantly convinced, and that is there in front of everyone. She said, I too want this deal, and the party will have to support it. So with the party completely backing him, I don't think he really cared beyond a point of time whether the allies would back him or not. When he was asked this question by us, I remember that his government could collapse. He said, so be it. I think it was very clear that if the left wants to walk away, which they did, it was fine. We will find alternatives. I want to go down in history as a person who pushed for a deal which would benefit India. But this is not the only thing he's remembered for. I mean, many of us would follow him, and I remember Manrega. Let's not forget that. He would talk about Aadhaar. He would talk about GST. He would also talk about the food security. That became the trump card when he came back for a second term in 2009. So there are many achievements.
And the RTI bill that was introduced in 2004, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, of course. Absolutely. RTI bill. I mean, the list is long. And he was the one who felt that India needs to open up, and that liberalization mantra which he carried with him as a finance minister, he carried to his government. So he had his team of people. I mean, people like Mr. Chidambaram, he himself, and his entire economic council. And in fact, everyone would say that a budget is actually prepared by Dr. Manmohan Singh. And I remember in one of his interviews, Mr. Chidambaram told me that, I may be a finance minister, I may know the finances, but there was no way you could fool Dr. Manmohan Singh when it came to figures and statistics. So that was what he would always be remembered for.
You know why I'm asking you this question? Because while we're talking to all these politicians, dignitaries who have been reminiscing about their times with Dr. Manmohan Singh, I think it's very important to even speak to journalists who have covered his entire career. Do you remember the time? I'm taking you back to the Indo-US nuclear deal in 2006 when the left parties demanded a threadbare discussion. Then in 2007, Prakash Karat said, well, the honeymoon may be over, but the marriage will continue. And then in 2008, when they decided to pull the plug, at that time, if I want to take you back, what is it that really stood out about Dr. Manmohan Singh? How did he assert himself? Why did he stand his ground then?
Extremely calm. because I remember in those days we were in the old Parliament building, Avantika, and there was this whole corridor where he used to walk in from the Lok Sabha or the Rajya Sabha, but more importantly from the Lok Sabha to his chambers. And it was a very brief walk. It was a couple of seconds. But we would wait for hours to catch a glimpse of him and ask him this question. And every time we would tell him that, your government could fall, he would just smile and shrug his shoulders and walk out. He used to ooze this confidence that I don't care. But at the same time, I think he was also very convinced that something will happen, something will be done, the deal will also become a reality and my government will also survive. There were those backroom chatter going on. I think once it was clear that even Sonia Gandhi was convinced, like Dr. Manmohan Singh, that the deal would have to become a reality, the entire party machinery, the top ones, they got into action. I mean, Ahmed Patel was alive at that point of time. He started reaching out to Mulayam Singh Yadav. I remember Mulayam Singh Yadav's famous soundbite at 10 Janpad when he was going inside to have a meeting with Sonia Gandhi on the deal. He said, "Mujhe ye deal wheel and nuclear kuch samajh mein nahi aata. I want to support the government." Clearly there was a pound of flesh which was extracted at that point of time, and which of course we got to see later. But yes, those backroom negotiations were going on because Sonia Gandhi had cracked the whip on the party that I don't care, this government will have to survive and the nuclear deal will have to become a reality.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, the UPA government had won that trust vote in 2008. It's so fascinating, Pallavi. I'll keep talking to you, but let's also tell our viewers, what an illustrious career Dr. Manmohan Singh has had, from being in academics to also being a chief economic advisor, and then, of course, being the RBI governor. Then he was the finance minister, and then he went on to become the Prime Minister of India. Clearly, architect of India's economic liberalization, Dr. Manmohan Singh, sadly, is no more. But he's lived a great life, and even as tributes continue to pour in, let's take our viewers through the illustrious career of India's accidental Prime Minister.
Dr. Manmohan Singh was the most unlikely Prime Minister. He was more an accidental one. When Sonia Gandhi refused to take the job in 2004, it was the mild-mannered, soft-spoken economist who was a choice.
I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India.
While it did cause much heartburn in the Congress, Sonia Gandhi was convinced that Dr. Singh was the right man for the job. Dr. Manmohan Singh had been the governor of the RBI, deputy chairman of the Planning Commission, secretary in the Finance Ministry. While his resume was impressive, many in the Congress felt he was not equipped to head a coalition government. Sonia Gandhi was aware of this, which is why she staunchly backed Dr. Singh during his tenure, even reprimanding her party colleagues when they contradicted him publicly. She did not even spare her own son, Rahul Gandhi, who embarrassed Dr. Singh in 2013 by tearing up an ordinance which would protect convicted lawmakers. Dr. Manmohan Singh was away in the United States at that time. After Rahul's stunt, the then opposition BJP called for Dr. Singh's resignation. Sonia instructed Rahul to meet the Prime Minister and apologize. The fact that Sonia Gandhi had chosen a politically naive person as Prime Minister made Dr. Singh vulnerable to the attacks of being a weak and rubber-stamped Prime Minister. There were reports of him being snubbed by seniors like Pranab Mukherjee at cabinet meetings. Indo-US nuclear deal turned out to be a watershed moment. Dr. Singh was convinced that it was a good deal and would fulfill India's energy needs. The left threatened to withdraw support and urged Dr. Singh and Sonia Gandhi to defer the deal. But he dug his heels in. Dr. Singh not only dared the left to walk out, he also said he would resign if asked to take back the deal.
I am very proud to say that our Prime Minister, Shri Manmohan Singh ji, has recognized both the problem and a potential solution. The magic of what Shri Manmohan Singh ji is doing is that within the problem, he has identified an opportunity that is significantly larger than the problem itself. I would like to support our Prime Minister and like to say that he has shown tremendous courage and confidence in the Indian people.
Sonia Gandhi was convinced. She asked the party to get on board. Mulayam Singh, Ajit Singh also backed the deal and it went through. The left did withdraw the support, but the UPA was steady. Singh emerged as king, and this was reinforced when he came back to power with a thumping majority in 2009, riding high on farm loan waivers.
हमारे यूपीए सरकार ने जो किसानों के लिए किया है, जो कर्ज की माफ़ी कर रहे हैं, तो वो एक क्रांतिकारी कदम है, एक ऐतिहासिक कदम है.
But soon after victory, things started to unravel in UPA too. Dr. Singh objected to the inclusion of A. Raja and T.R. Balu as ministers, but the DMK threatened to withdraw support. He had to succumb to pressure and things were never the same again. Corruption allegations propped up. The coal scam hit Dr. Singh and he was summoned for questioning by the parliamentary committee. He was also accused of going soft on the 2G scam.
15वीं लोकसभा की सरकार आजादी के बाद इस देश की सबसे बेस्ट सरकार है. 2G में 1,76,000 करोड़ का घाटा और कोयला आवंटन में 1,86,000 करोड़ की लूट. इसके बाद ये सरकार एक मिनट भी अपने पद पर बचने का अधिकार नहीं रखती है.
UPA ministers rushed to defend him, but the damage was already done.
मैं आज इनसे आग्रह करूंगा कि संसद में आके डिबेट करें. अगर हम गलत हैं तो हमें कटघरे में खड़ा करें. इश्यू इसके इसमें कोई धांधलेबाजी नहीं है. ये कहने का मतलब है कोल कहीं बिका नहीं है. दिस होल क्लेम इज फॉल्स एंड इट इज मैलिफाइड.
The dismantling of the UPA too coincided with the rise of Narendra Modi, who projected himself as a clean alternative to the corruption-ridden UPA.
दिल्ली की सल्तनत ने भारत के संघीय ढांचे को पिछले 50 साल में जो नुकसान न हुआ हो, उससे ज्यादा नुकसान ये UPA 2 ने किया है.
Dr. Singh was visibly shaken. His own party had begun to speak out against him. Many felt that he should have been replaced.
I would be very happy to work for the Congress party under the leadership of Mr. Rahul Gandhi.
Sources say close to the 2014 Lok Sabha elections, Dr. Manmohan Singh was hurt and felt let down by his own party. In his last press conference as the Prime Minister, this is what he said.
History will be kinder to me than the contemporary media or for that matter the opposition parties in parliament.
Over time, Modi had an amicable relationship with Dr. Singh. While he reserved his attacks for the Gandhis, he understood that Dr. Singh enjoyed global support. Case in point is former US President Barack Obama's tribute to Dr. Singh in his memoir, calling him wise, thoughtful and honest. It's been a long journey for Dr. Singh. The man who many dismissed as a political novice went on to bring the UPA to power for 2 terms and emerged out of the shadows of Sonia Gandhi. Today, he leaves behind a legacy of grace.
Okay, and we are going to show you the visuals now. We've just been told that Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi are all there to pay their respects to Dr. Manmohan Singh. As you can see there, Rahul Gandhi also shared a very close relationship with Dr. Manmohan Singh, the erstwhile Prime Minister, who unfortunately lost his life. He breathed his last night at AIIMS. He was 92-year-old, so it's a quite solemn moment right now for the Gandhi Parivar. Pallavi is there with us. Pallavi, you know, in 2004, when the Congress UPA achieved power, I remember Sonia Gandhi, she refused the prime ministerial post. She decided to relinquish the prime ministership to Dr. Manmohan Singh, which was a big surprise because at that time there was a lot of questions about her citizenship, questions that were raised by her opponents. How did Dr. Manmohan Singh, an amicable and an absolute humble, erudite statesman, feel about being called an accidental prime minister?
You know, Sonia Gandhi is also called an accidental politician. And
True.
what they often say about her is that she does not even understand what politics was all about. But, you know, she was a very good judge, and she knew a very good judge in terms of who should be getting what position. And I think she used that instinct to choose Dr. Manmohan Singh. I remember we were all standing here, and the UPA meeting was actually, going on just next door at 10 Janpat. But the pictures which started coming out from there, and, you know, we got it, I remember, is what we were told later, is that Sonia Gandhi had just told her immediate family, she had told Ahmed Patel, and she had of course told Pranab Mukherjee, the senior most leader at that point of time, and again one of the claimants to the top post, that who was her choice. No one else in that crowd, including Dr. Manmohan Singh, actually knew that he was going to be chosen as the Prime Minister. But just before she was going to go and announce it there, she called him aside and said, "You're the man." And before he could say yes or no, the announcement was made. That's why he's called the accidental Prime Minister. And when the decision was announced at the gate of 10 Janpat, Dr. Manmohan Singh was very much standing beside her. And, you know, over time it became very clear, and if you look at many of the video footage where Sonia is by his side, you know, he's had his sense of critics. Many within his own cabinet would often question him, behind his back, of course, criticize him. But one thing, they could never ever doubt the fact that he's going to become the Prime Minister in case the UPA comes back to power. Very quickly, another nugget, I remember we were standing right here, and this was just before the 2009 elections, and everyone was asking this question to Sonia Gandhi, because she was the party president, that who's going to be your prime ministerial face. And I remember no one wanted to answer. Then suddenly she goes into her car and then comes out and she tells the media, she looks at Dr. Manmohan Singh, he's the Prime Minister, he'll always be the Prime Minister. So there was never any doubt in her mind that he also had the economic credentials, but he is also going to have the right credentials to take everyone along, because it was going to be a rocky alliance. I mean, the UPA coalition had unlikely people together. You needed someone who had no ego, who was low profile, for whom the work was more important than the me factor. And I think that was the reason why she decided to pick Dr. Manmohan Singh.
No, absolutely. And you know, every time he emerged as the consensus choice for the prime ministerial role, that was the kind of relationship he enjoyed with everybody in the Congress party. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also paid tributes to the former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh. He was there earlier and paying his respects as well. As you can see there, a lot of dignitaries, erstwhile prime ministers and leaders, eminent leaders of various political parties arriving at the residence of Dr. Manmohan Singh to pay their last respects. Tomorrow, in fact, his last rites will happen with full state honours. As you can see there, the Prime Minister has also released a video expressing his respects and condolences for the erstwhile Prime Minister of India, Dr. Manmohan Singh.
पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी के निधन ने हम सभी के हृदय को गहरी पीड़ा पहुंचाई है। उनका जाना एक राष्ट्र के रूप में भी हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी क्षति है। विभाजन के उस दौर में बहुत कुछ खोकर भारत आना और यहां जीवन के हर क्षेत्र में उपलब्धियां हासिल करना, ये सामान्य बात नहीं है। अभावों और संघर्षों से ऊपर उठकर कैसे ऊंचाइयों को हासिल किया जा सकता है, उनका जीवन ये सीख भावी पीढ़ी को देता रहेगा। एक नेक इंसान के रूप में, एक विद्वान अर्थशास्त्री के रूप में और रिफॉर्म्स के प्रति समर्पित लीडर के रूप में उन्हें हमेशा याद किया जाएगा। एक अर्थशास्त्री के रूप में उन्होंने अलग अलग स्तर पर भारत सरकार में अनेक सेवाएं दी। एक चुनौतीपूर्ण समय में उन्होंने रिजर्व बैंक के गवर्नर की भूमिका निभाई। पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री भारत रत्न श्री पीवी नरसिम्हा राव जी की सरकार के वित्त मंत्री रहते हुए उन्होंने वित्तीय संकट से घिरे देश को एक नई अर्थव्यवस्था के मार्ग पर प्रशस्त किया। प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में देश के विकास में और प्रगति में उनके योगदान को हमेशा याद किया जाएगा। जनता के प्रति, देश के विकास के प्रति उनका जो कमिटमेंट था, उसे हमेशा बहुत सम्मान से देखा जाएगा। डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी का जीवन उनकी ईमानदारी और सादगी का प्रतिबिंब था। वो विलक्षण सांसद थे। उनकी विनम्रता, सौम्यता और उनकी बौद्धिकता उनके संसदीय जीवन की पहचान बनी। मुझे याद है कि इस साल की शुरुआत में जब राज्यसभा में उनका कार्यकाल समाप्त हुआ, तब मैंने कहा था कि सांसद के रूप में डॉक्टर साहब की निष्ठा सभी के लिए प्रेरणा जैसी है। सत्र के समय अहम मौकों पर वो व्हीलचेयर पर बैठकर आते थे, अपना संसदीय दायित्व निभाते थे। दुनिया के प्रतिष्ठित संस्थानों की शिक्षा लेने और सरकार के अनेक शीर्ष पदों पर रहने के बाद भी वो अपनी सामान्य पृष्ठभूमि के मूल्यों को कभी भी नहीं भूले। दलगत राजनीति से ऊपर उठकर उन्होंने हमेशा हर दल के व्यक्ति से संपर्क रखा, सबके लिए सहज उपलब्ध रहे। जब मैं मुख्यमंत्री था, तब डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी के साथ राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय अनेक विषयों पर उनसे खुले मन से चर्चाएं होती थी। यहां दिल्ली आने के बाद भी मेरी उनसे समय समय पर बात होती थी, मुलाकात होती थी। मुझे उनसे हुई मुलाकातें, देश को लेकर हुई चर्चाएं हमेशा याद रहेगी। अभी जब उनका
The visuals there earlier, we were hearing the Prime Minister paying his tributes to Dr. Manmohan Singh at his Delhi residence. Dr. Manmohan Singh, the former Prime Minister who died of age-related medical conditions. And now, as you can see, various dignitaries, including the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, also who's arriving at Dr. Manmohan Singh's Delhi residence and paying her tributes and respects to the erstwhile Prime Minister who lost his life. He breathed his last, in fact, due to age-related complications at the age of 92 at AIIMS Hospital in New Delhi last night. So there you see the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, also paying her tributes and respects to former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh. I have with me Pallavi Ghosh, who's been taking us through, as you can, Pallavi, while I'm speaking, we're also seeing Draupadi Murmu arriving at the residence of Dr. Manmohan Singh, paying her tributes to the world-renowned economist, the architect of India's economic liberalization. She's expressing her condolences to wife of Dr. Manmohan Singh as well. We are seeing the visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who was also reminiscing about his interactions with Dr. Manmohan Singh. You know, Pallavi, I was thinking that while everyone in the past has talked most often about the jugalbandi of various leaders, in particular L.K. Advani, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, let's talk about P.V. Narasimha Rao and Manmohan Singh's teamwork that actually sired the reforms of 1991. Do you think that the year 1991, when, literally India was witnessing an economic collapse, that was a watershed moment in the history of India?
He was unable to move. There was one person from the Congress party who would religiously go and pay their tributes on P.V. Narasimha Rao's death and birth anniversary, and right over here at the Andhra Bhavan, of course, and it was Dr. Manmohan Singh. I mean, for him, he was his guru, his mentor, the man who made him the finance minister, and someone who was completely in sync with each other. I know when you would say it's not occasion for this, but we also know this, that within the Congress party, especially as far as the Gandhi family is concerned, they did not share a very good equation with P.V. Narasimha Rao. And the last few days, in fact, of the former Prime Minister Narasimha Rao, his body had not, mortal remains had not even come inside the AICC headquarters. The pain and discomfort on the face of Dr. Manmohan Singh, who was the PM at that point of time, was very, very apparent. So that jugalbandi is also based on a common knowledge. Look, you may have your ideas about opening up the economy, about liberalization, but if your boss or your Prime Minister in this case doesn't listen to you, what do you do? In that sense, Dr. Manmohan Singh publicly would always make the point that I always had the Prime Minister who gave me a free hand. In 1991, when he became the Finance Minister and Narasimha Rao became the Prime Minister, India's economy was in a mess. There was a huge fiscal deficit, and our exports had fallen sharply. Import surplus was there. The export-import ratio was not very good. Not just this, our gold reserves were also being sold so as to ensure that there is liquidity in the market. And that is when he came in and he realized that, what we need to do now is to focus on the middle class. You need to give them more money, and therefore you have to ease on tax. You also have to bring about this whole concept of ease of doing business, which is a hallmark of the NDA government now. But it was also something which he spoke about as a finance minister in 1991. And for this, you need to have an open sky. You have to open up your economy. But at the same time, this red tapeism, babugiri, and so many forms to be filled up, that also needs to be done away with. That is what ease of business is all about. Only if India is going to be comfortable for foreign investors would they pump in their money here, and when that money comes in, our assets increase. So by the time he demitted office and the NDA came to power under Atal Bihari Vajpayee, our foreign exchange reserves were high, our fiscal deficit figures had come down, and that credit was often given, of course, to Dr. Manmohan Singh, and also the fact that P.V. Narasimha Rao as the Prime Minister did agree with him that some risks need to be taken.
Oh, absolutely. He spearheaded India's 1991 economics reforms. He completely changed the trajectory for India. The entire nation, in fact, is mourning the loss of the former Prime Minister of India, Dr. Manmohan Singh, who died last night in AIIMS Hospital. He was 92 years old. In fact, he had been in frail health, and he has died because of age-related complications. But tributes are pouring in. We have a host of reactions coming in. Let's just play them out.
अर्थशास्त्र के उद्भट विद्वान, आर्थिक सुधारों के महानायक श्री मनमोहन जी मौन हो गए। उनके जाने से आर्थिक सुधारों के एक युग का अंत हो गया। उनके आर्थिक सुधारों ने देश के विकास को नई दिशा और गति दी थी। सहज, सरल, सौम्य, शिष्ट मनमोहन जी को मेरा प्रणाम। भगवान दिवंगत आत्मा को शांति दें।
डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी के निधन पर बहुत ही अफसोस हुआ। वो मेरे ख्याल में देश के पहले प्रधानमंत्री थे जो इकोनॉमिस्ट, और उनकी छाप पूरी दुनिया में पड़ी। उनके इकोनॉमिक लिबरलाइजेशन के लिए, जिससे हिंदुस्तान का इकोनॉमिक नक्शा ही बदल गया। आज उनके क्रिटिक भी उनकी तारीफ करते, उनको कभी भुलाया नहीं जा सकता। अल्लाह से यही दुआ है, भगवान से यही प्रार्थना है कि उनके आत्मा को शांति दे और उनकी मिसेस को शक्ति दे, उनके बच्चों को शक्ति दे ये सदमा बर्दाश्त करने का।
All right, so India bidding farewell to Dr. Manmohan Singh, who lost his life last night. He breathed his last at 92 years old because of age-related complications, but tributes pouring in for the visionary leader. We have to slip into a short break. The continuing coverage happens on the other side. Do keep watching.
Dr. Manmohan Singh was the most unlikely Prime Minister. He was more an accidental one. When Sonia Gandhi refused to take the job in 2004, it was the mild-mannered, soft-spoken economist who was a choice.
I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India.
While it did cause much heartburn in the Congress, Sonia Gandhi was convinced that Dr. Singh was the right man for the job. Dr. Manmohan Singh had been the governor of the RBI, deputy chairman of the Planning Commission, secretary in the Finance Ministry. While his resume was impressive, many in the Congress felt he was not equipped to head a coalition government. Sonia Gandhi was aware of this, which is why she staunchly backed Dr. Singh during his tenure, even reprimanding her party colleagues when they contradicted him publicly. She did not even spare her own son, Rahul Gandhi, who embarrassed Dr. Singh in 2013 by tearing up an ordinance which would protect convicted lawmakers. Dr. Manmohan Singh was away in the United States at that time. After Rahul's stunt, the then opposition BJP called for Dr. Singh's resignation. Sonia instructed Rahul to meet the Prime Minister and apologize. The fact that Sonia Gandhi had chosen a politically naive person as Prime Minister made Dr. Singh vulnerable to the attacks of being a weak and rubber-stamped Prime Minister. There were reports of him being snubbed by seniors like Pranab Mukherjee at cabinet meetings. Indo-US nuclear deal turned out to be a watershed moment. Dr. Singh was convinced that it was a good deal and would fulfill India's energy needs. The left threatened to withdraw support and urged Dr. Singh and Sonia Gandhi to defer the deal. But he dug his heels in. Dr. Singh not only dared the left to walk out, he also said he would resign if asked to take back the deal.
I am very proud to say that our Prime Minister, Shri Manmohan Singh ji, has recognized both the problem and a potential solution. The magic of what Shri Manmohan Singh ji is doing is that within the problem, he has identified an opportunity that is significantly larger than the problem itself. I would like to support our Prime Minister and like to say that he has shown tremendous courage and confidence in the Indian people.
Sonia Gandhi was convinced. She asked the party to get on board. Solemn Singh, Ajit Singh also backed the deal and it went through. The left did withdraw the support, but the UPA was steady. Singh emerged as king, and this was reinforced when he came back to power with a thumping.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage as the nation bids farewell to the former Prime Minister of India, Dr. Manmohan Singh. In fact, tributes have been pouring in and people from all walks of life have expressed their sorrow. Some have even described his passing away as the end of an era. And we at CNN News 18 have been speaking to leaders from across the political spectrum, including from the Congress Party and the Indie Bloc. Let's take a look at some of those voices and what they had to share about the erstwhile Prime Minister.
We have the Prime Minister now bidding adieu to one of his colleagues, and he took over the mantle from him, from Dr. Manmohan Singh.
It is really a sad day, and Dr. Manmohan Singh's legacy will be remembered for generations to come. See, the redefining of the Indian economy, the way we thought about liberalization, privatization, which was a no-no till he came on the scene. And his humility, his quiet way of working, but very firm way of working. I've worked as a minister for 10 years under him, and I knew that, once you present something to him, explain it to him, and he's convinced, then his support was fullest, and he also would monitor all the progress and the schemes which were given to him, shown to him. And I think not only was he a strong leader, people always thought that he's somebody who can be pressured into something. I don't think that was the case. One of the key examples would be the Indo-US nuclear deal. You remember 64 MPs of the left parties were supporting the government from outside. And many advised him that, pushing this through will lead to a collapse of the government. But he was convinced that this was a redefining moment for India-US relations, also for India's progress into the new economy. And I think he stood by his conviction, and now all that is